The Stoic Shield, Conquer Stress and Anxiety in Minutes a Day. Part 1. Understanding the Battleground and Forging Your Shield. Chapter 1. Why am I so stressed? Understanding the modern anxiety epidemic, does it ever feel like you're running a race with no finish line? Like the scenery is blurring past, your breath is short, but the end never seems to get any closer. Or perhaps it feels more like juggling, trying desperately to keep aloft not just work demands and family needs, but also personal goals, health routines, financial worries, social obligations, and that ever-present phone buzzing with notifications from a world that never seems asleep. The fear isn't just if you'll drop something, but when and how badly it will shatter when it hits the ground. Maybe for you, it's less dramatic, more insidious. A constant low hum of pressure that follows you from the moment you wake up, a subtle tension in your shoulders you only notice when you consciously try to relax. It might be that knot in your stomach before a routine meeting, the headache blooming behind your eyes after scrolling through the news, or that frustrating inability to focus on a simple task because your mind is already leaping ahead, cataloging worries like a frantic librarian. Maybe it's the flash of irritability over something small, or just that bone-deep exhaustion that lingers even after a full night's sleep. A feeling of being stretched thin, worn down by 1,000 tiny paper cuts of daily stress. If any of this resonates, if you feel that familiar pang of recognition, please know this. You are absolutely not alone. What you're feeling isn't a personal failing or a sign of weakness. It's becoming an almost universal experience in our modern world. We live in an era of unprecedented connection and information, yet, paradoxically, many of us feel more isolated and overwhelmed than ever. We're bombarded by emails demanding immediate answers, by news cycles that thrive on crisis, by social media feeds presenting carefully curated highlight reels that whisper inadequacy. The pressure isn't just to succeed, but to optimize, to constantly improve, to be productive, present, fit, informed, and happy, all at the same time. The sheer volume of choices, from the trivial, what to watch tonight, to the profound, what career path to take, can itself be paralyzing. Add to this the genuine uncertainties, economic shifts, global instability, the rapid pace of technological change that makes even the near future feel foggy. The ground beneath our feet can often feel less like solid rock and more like shifting sand. It's no wonder so many of us feel anxious. It's a perfectly natural human response to an environment that often feels demanding, unpredictable, and relentless. It's easy, then, to start believing that this constant state of stress and anxiety is just the new normal, the unavoidable cost of living in the 21st century. We might feel powerless against these huge external forces, like we're just tiny boats tossed around on a vast, stormy ocean. We try to cope, of course. We push harder, hoping to outrun the overwhelm. We try to organize our lives into neat little boxes, only to find they keep overflowing. We numb ourselves with distractions or simply resign ourselves to the knot in our stomach being a permanent resident. But what if that feeling of powerlessness is an illusion? What if the relentless stress doesn't have to dictate your inner state? What if this constant feeling of being under siege isn't the only way to live? The pressures of the outside world are undeniably real. This isn't about denying challenges or pretending difficulties don't exist. The demands won't magically disappear. But here's a crucial distinction. The chaos outside doesn't automatically have to translate into chaos inside. Think of it like a deep lake. The surface might be churned up by wind and waves, but the depths can remain still and calm. There's a part of you, an inner core, that possesses a strength and steadiness you might not even realize is there. It's a quiet resilience, an inherent capacity for calm that can be cultivated. It's possible to learn how to navigate the storms of life without being capsized by them, to face challenges not just with gritted teeth endurance, but with a measure of grace and perspective. This isn't about adopting a Pollyanna attitude or building an unfeeling wall around your heart. It's about discovering a different relationship with your thoughts, your feelings, and the world around you. It's about uncovering practical, time-tested tools, wisdom, forged in the fires of ancient times, surprisingly relevant today, that can act as your mental and emotional shield. A shield that helps you deflect the anxieties that don't serve you, protect your inner peace, and face what life throws your way with newfound strength. It begins with honestly acknowledging the battleground, understanding the unique landscape of modern stress without judgment. But more importantly, it begins with the empowering realization that your internal response is within your sphere of influence. You have the capacity to build your own shield, piece by piece. You have the power to find solid ground, even when the world feels like it's shaking. Let's start exploring how. Chapter 2. Your Ancient Ally. Introducing the Stoic Shield. So where do we find these tools? How do we start building this inner shield we talked about, this capacity for calm, even when life feels chaotic? The answer lies not in some new, complicated self-help trend, but in revisiting some incredibly powerful, time-tested wisdom from the ancient world. It's called Stoicism. Now wait. Before you picture stern-faced statues, or think this involves becoming some kind of emotionless robot, let's clear the air. That common image. It's mostly wrong. Stoicism isn't about crushing your feelings or pretending bad things don't hurt. It's not about passive resignation, or just gritting your teeth and enduring misery in silence. That sounds exhausting, frankly, and not particularly helpful. Real Stoicism, the kind we're going to explore together, is something far more practical, dynamic, and deeply human. Think of it less as a dusty philosophy textbook and more as a practical operating system for the mind designed over 2,000 years ago to help people navigate the difficulties of life with resilience, purpose, and inner peace. It's a toolkit for flourishing, even when circumstances are tough. It teaches us how to distinguish between what we can control and what we can't, how to understand our emotional reactions without being ruled by them, and how to focus our energy on building inner strength and character. The remarkable thing is who developed and practiced this philosophy. It wasn't just academics locked away in ivory towers. It was people from all walks of life facing immense pressures. People like Marcus Aurelius, a Roman emperor who juggled ruling a vast empire, dealing with war, plague, and personal loss, all while writing down his private Stoic reflections to keep himself grounded. We now know these as his meditations. People like Epictetus, who endured the brutality of slavery to become one of the most respected Stoic teachers, emphasizing that true freedom lies in mastering our inner world, regardless of external chains. And people like Seneca, a famous playwright, an advisor to the Emperor Nero, who wrote eloquently about managing anger, finding tranquility, and dealing with adversity, even while navigating treacherous political waters. These weren't people immune to stress or hardship. They faced situations just as daunting, if not more so, than what we face today. What united them was their commitment to using Stoic principles as a practical guide, a compass and a shield to live virtuously and maintain their inner equilibrium amidst the storm. They are not distant historical figures, but relatable guides, fellow travelers who walked this path and left signposts for us. So what about this Stoic shield? Let's be clear on the metaphor. It's not about building an impenetrable wall to shut out the world or numb yourself to life's experiences, good or bad. That wouldn't be living at all. Instead, think of the Stoic shield as a dynamic, intelligent defense system. It's built from understanding core principles, like knowing what's truly worth worrying about and what isn't. It's reinforced through daily practices, small mental exercises that strengthen your resilience muscle. This shield helps you filter. It helps you differentiate between productive concerns and draining anxieties, allowing you to let go of worries about things utterly outside your control. Protect. It guards your inner peace against the unnecessary barbs of external events, other people's opinions, or your own runaway negative thoughts. Strengthen. It empowers you to face genuine difficulties with courage and grace, focusing your energy on constructive action rather than reactive panic. It's a shield forged not from metal, but from perspective, self-awareness, and intentional action. And the best part? You don't need a philosophy degree or hours of meditation practice to start building it. Stoicism, at its heart, is incredibly accessible. Its power lies in simple, actionable insights and techniques that you can integrate into your life in just minutes a day, techniques we will explore step by step in the coming chapters. Think of Stoicism as your ancient ally in the modern battle against stress and anxiety. It offers a proven path not to eliminate challenges, because challenges are part of life, but to change your relationship with them fundamentally. It offers the promise of finding a durable sense of calm and capability, right here, right now, regardless of what the world throws your way. Ready to start forging your shield? Let's begin with the single most powerful principle in the entire Stoic toolkit. Chapter 3. Find calm in 2 minutes, mastering what you can control. In the last chapter, we spoke about Stoicism as an ancient ally, a source of practical wisdom, offering us a shield against the relentless pressures of modern life. We talked about figures like emperors and former slaves who used these principles to navigate incredible challenges. Now it's time to start forging your own shield. And we begin with the single most important, most foundational, most life-changing principle in the entire Stoic toolkit. If you only take one thing away from this entire book, let it be this. Epictetus, that remarkable teacher who endured slavery, put it with stark simplicity over 2,000 years ago. Some things are up to us, and some things are not up to us. Sounds almost too simple, doesn't it? Like something you'd nod along to without really thinking. But hidden within that straightforward sentence is the master key to unlocking a profound sense of calm and reclaiming vast amounts of wasted mental and emotional energy. Mastering this distinction, truly internalizing it and applying it moment by moment, is the bedrock upon which your Stoic shield is built. It's the secret weapon against overwhelm. Let's break it down. Because truly understanding what falls into each category is crucial. What is up to us? Your inner kingdom. These are the things that reside entirely within your own mind and will. They are your direct domain, the only things you have complete and utter sovereignty over. Your judgments and opinions. How you choose to interpret events. Is that delayed flight a catastrophe that ruins everything? Or an unexpected opportunity to read a book? Is constructive criticism a personal attack or valuable feedback? Is a rainy day gloomy and depressing or cozy and refreshing? The external event is neutral. Your judgment about it is entirely up to you. This is where so much of our emotional weather originates. Your intentions and motivations, the why behind your actions. You can choose to act out of kindness, duty, fear, anger, or love. You can set your intention to be patient in a frustrating situation, even if you stumble. You control the aim of your actions, your desires and aversions, what you choose to seek out, and what you choose to avoid. Do you desire external validation above all else, or do you desire to act with integrity? Do you have an aversion to discomfort, or an aversion to acting unjustly? We can consciously choose what we value and orient ourselves towards. Your assent to impressions. This is a slightly more philosophical way of saying you choose what you believe about the thoughts that pop into your head. A thought might appear, "I'm going to fail this presentation." You don't control the thought appearing, but you do control whether you agree with it, whether you give it your assent, and let it dictate your feelings and actions. Your actions and responses derive from the above. While the outcome of your actions often depends on external factors, the choice to act and how you choose to act based on your judgments and intentions is yours. You choose whether to speak kindly or harshly. You choose whether to prepare diligently or procrastinate. You choose whether to get back up after falling down. Think of these things as your inner kingdom. It might seem small compared to the vastness of the outside world, but it is the only territory where you are the absolute ruler. What is not up to us? Everything else. This category covers, well, pretty much everything outside your inner kingdom. It's vast, and it includes many things we desperately wish we could control, which is precisely why understanding this distinction is so vital. Your body. Yes, really. You don't control getting sick, aging, your genetic predispositions, or sudden accidents. You can influence your health through choices which are up to you, like choosing to exercise or eat well, but you don't have ultimate control over the outcome. Your body operates according to natural laws far beyond your command. Your possessions, your house, your car, your money. These can be damaged, lost, stolen, or diminished by economic forces entirely outside your influence. You can work to acquire and maintain them, actions up to you, but their permanence is never guaranteed. Your reputation, what other people think of you. You can act with integrity, up to you, but you cannot control how others perceive your actions, whether they misunderstand you, gossip about you, or simply don't like you for reasons of their own. Trying to control your reputation in the eyes of everyone is a recipe for exhaustion and anxiety. External events, the weather, the economy, political situations, natural disasters, traffic jams, whether your favorite sports team wins or loses. These happen independently of your will, other people's actions and opinions. This is a big one. You cannot control what your boss decides, what your partner feels, what your children choose to do, especially as they get older, or what opinions strangers hold. You can influence them through your own actions and words, but you cannot force them to think, feel, or act the way you want them to. Outcomes of your actions. You control the effort you put into the presentation, but not whether you get the promotion. You control how kindly you speak to someone, but not whether they respond in kind. You control studying for the test, but not the exact grade you receive. This list might feel daunting, even disheartening at first. It seems like so much is outside our grasp. But stick with me, because recognizing this isn't about admitting defeat. It's about strategic surrender. It's about redirecting your precious energy away from unwinnable battles. The high cost of fighting reality. Think about where most of your stress, anxiety, frustration, and anger comes from. How much of it stems directly from railing against things you cannot control? The fury you feel stuck in traffic, an external event you can't change. The anxiety churning in your stomach about what might happen in the future, external outcomes. The resentment simmering over something someone else said or did, another person's actions/opinions. The frustration when your body doesn't cooperate the way you want it to. your body. The constant worry about what others think of you, your reputation. The disappointment when things don't go exactly according to your meticulously laid plans, external outcomes. When we invest our emotional energy trying to control the uncontrollable, it's like trying to command the tide to stop rising or yelling at the clouds to part. It's futile, exhausting, and deeply stressful. We create immense inner friction by fighting against the nature of reality. We act as if we should be able to control these things, and then feel personally wronged or defeated when inevitably we can't. This internal battle is a massive source of the background hum of anxiety many of us experience. The 2-minute exercise, reclaiming your calm. This is where the magic happens. The simple exercise, which you can do anywhere, anytime, in just a couple of minutes, helps you to apply the dichotomy of control directly to whatever is causing you stress right now. It's your first practical tool for building that Stoic shield. Here's how it works. Step 1. Name your stressor. 10 seconds. Pinpoint what's actually bothering you right now. Be specific. Not just work, but maybe I'm anxious about the upcoming project deadline. Not just family, but I'm frustrated by my brother's comment earlier. Step 2. Brain dump list. Everything related, 45 seconds. Grab a piece of paper, open a note on your phone, or just do this mentally. Quickly list everything associated with the stressor that comes to mind. Don't filter yet. Just get it out. Fears, desired outcomes, other people involved, specific tasks, worries, assumptions. Let's use an example. Stressor. Anxious about upcoming project deadline. My list might include finishing the report on time, my boss's reaction, getting the data I need from Sarah, working late tonight, feeling tired, wanting praise for my work, fear of criticism, the possibility of the internet going down, making stupid mistakes, Sarah being slow to respond, actually writing the conclusion, proofreading carefully, getting interrupted by other tasks, wanting the project to be perfect. Step 3. The sorting hat. Apply the dichotomy of control, 45 seconds. Now go through your brain dump list item by item. Ask the crucial question for each. Is this truly 100% within my direct control? Use the definitions we discussed. Be honest and rigorous. Create 2 new lists, mentally or physically. In my control and not in my control. Sorting our example list. Not in my control, my boss's reaction, getting the data I need. From Sarah, I control asking, not her response time. Sarah being slow to respond, the possibility of the internet going down, getting interrupted by other tasks. I control my response, not the interruption itself. Wanting the project to be perfect. Perfection is an ideal, not fully controllable. Wanting praise for my work, reputation, others' opinions. Fear of criticism, the feeling arises, my response is controllable. In my control. Finishing the report on time, meaning putting in the focused effort now. Working late tonight, my choice of action. Feeling tired. I don't control the feeling, but I control how I respond to it, for example. Taking a short break. Pushing through responsibly. Actually writing the conclusion, my action. Proofreading carefully, my action. Making stupid mistakes. I control my effort to avoid them through careful work, not the absolute guarantee of 0 errors. My response if Sarah is slow, my response if I get criticized. Step 4. The shift, release, and refocus, 20 seconds. Look at the not in my control list. Take a deep breath. Consciously acknowledge that these things are outside your direct influence. Mentally release your grip on them. You don't need to waste energy worrying about them or trying to force them. Feel the tension ease as you let go of that impossible burden. Now, turn your full attention to the in my control list. This is where your power lies. This is your sphere of action. Ask yourself, what is the most constructive, virtuous action I can take right now based on this list. This becomes your immediate focus. Applying the shift to our example. Release the worry about the boss's reaction, Sarah's speed, potential interruptions, or achieving perfection. Focus entirely on, okay, what's the next step I can take right now to write this conclusion and proofread carefully? Maybe I need to politely follow up with Sarah, action, then block out time to write action, and accept that done well is better than a perfect that never materializes as judgment. Text. Asterisk. The immediate relief. Why this works. Doing this simple exercise snaps you out of the cycle of anxious worry about things you can't influence. It instantly clarifies where your energy should be directed. It's like being lost in a fog and suddenly having a clear path illuminated right in front of you. The relief comes from several places. Reduced burden. You stop carrying the weight of the world, recognizing most of it isn't yours to carry. Increased agency. You shift from feeling like a victim of circumstances to an active agent within your own domain. Clarity of action. You know exactly what you can do next, cutting through the paralysis of overwhelm. Conservation of energy. You stop pouring precious mental and emotional resources down the drain of futile worry. This isn't about pretending the things outside your control don't matter or won't affect you. They might. A delayed flight is inconvenient. Criticism can sting. But the doc teaches us that our suffering often comes not from the event itself, but from our resistance to it and our misguided attempts to control what we cannot. By focusing fiercely on our own responses, judgments, and actions, we reclaim our inner equilibrium. A lifelong practice, not a one-time fix. Applying the dichotomy of control isn't something you learn once and have mastered forever. It's a practice like strengthening a muscle. You'll forget. You'll slip back into worrying about externals. That's okay. The key is to keep coming back to it. Use the 2-minute exercise whenever you feel that familiar tightness of anxiety or frustration creeping in. Make it your go-to mental reset. This principle is the foundation of your Stoic shield. It's the sturdy base upon which all other techniques rest. By consistently practicing this distinction, you begin to fundamentally change your relationship with stress. You start to see challenges not as overwhelming threats, but as opportunities to practice your own agency, to act virtuously within your sphere of control, and to find a surprising measure of peace, no matter what the world throws your way. Take 2 minutes right now. Think of one small thing that's causing you a little bit of stress. Walk through the steps. See how it feels to consciously separate what you can control from what you can't, and to focus only on where your true power lies. This simple shift is the beginning of reclaiming your calm. Chapter 4. Decoding Distress. A Stoic View on Troublesome Emotions. We've just explored the power of the dichotomy of control, the game-changing ability to separate what's truly up to us from what isn't. It's the foundation of our Stoic shield, helping us redirect our energy away from futile struggles and towards constructive action. But let's be honest, even when we intellectually understand that something is outside our control, like someone else's opinion or an unexpected setback, the emotional sting can still feel powerful, immediate, and decidedly uncontrollable. Anxiety knots our stomach, anger flushes our face, fear makes our heart pound. These feelings can sweep over us with such intensity that they feel like external forces, like rogue waves crashing over the deck. We often talk about being overcome by emotion, gripped by fear, or consumed by anger, as if we are passive victims in their wake. It certainly feels that way sometimes, doesn't it? But what if our emotions aren't quite the uncontrollable invaders we often perceive them to be? What if, like the external events we discussed in the last chapter, there's a crucial distinction to be made? What if the initial feeling is one thing, but the full-blown emotional storm that follows is something else entirely, something we have more influence over than we realize? The Stoics had a fascinating and incredibly practical way of understanding emotions, particularly the difficult ones like anxiety, fear, anger, and overwhelming stress. Their insight, developed thousands of years ago, is remarkably aligned with what modern psychology tells us today, and it offers us another vital tool for our shield. The crucial link: events, judgments, and emotions. The Stoics proposed a simple yet profound sequence: event, judgment, interpretation, emotion. Let's unpack this. An event happens in the world, or even inside our own body, like a sudden pain. This event is, in itself, neutral. It's just data. A car cuts you off in traffic. Your boss sends a vague email asking to chat later. You receive unexpected news. You feel a twinge in your knee. The crucial step happens next: judgment/interpretation. Our mind immediately interprets the event, assigning meaning and value to it. This happens incredibly fast, often automatically based on our ingrained beliefs and past experiences. The car cutting you off: judgment. That absolute idiot. He has no respect. He could have killed me. This is outrageous. The boss's email: judgment. Oh no, I must have done something wrong. I'm going to get fired. This is terrible. Unexpected news, for example. A friend cancels plans: judgment. She doesn't really want to see me. I always get blown off. Nobody values my time. Twinge in the knee: judgment. This is probably serious. It's going to stop me from exercising. My health is falling apart. Finally, based on that specific judgment, the emotion arises: judgment, outrageous disrespect. Emotion: intense anger, stress. Judgment: I'm going to get fired. Emotion: overwhelming anxiety, fear. Judgment: nobody values me. Emotion: sadness, resentment, loneliness. Judgment: my health's falling apart. Emotion: worry, fear, despair. Notice the pattern? The Stoics argued that it's not the event itself that directly causes the full-blown emotional distress, but rather the judgment we attach to it. The event is the spark, but our interpretation is the fuel that determines the size of the emotional fire. Consider the same events with different judgments. Car cutting you off: judgment. Whoa, that was close. Maybe they're distracted or rushing to an emergency. Better stay alert. Emotion: caution. Mild annoyance, perhaps, but not consuming rage. Boss's email: judgment. Okay, I wonder what that's about. Could be anything. I'll prepare by thinking about recent projects, but I won't assume the worst. Emotion: curiosity. Maybe slight apprehension, but not panic. Friend cancels plans: judgment. Oh, that's a shame. Hope everything's okay with her. I'll suggest another time. Emotion: mild disappointment, perhaps concern for the friend, but not personal rejection. Twinge in the knee: judgment. That felt odd. I should monitor it. Maybe rest it today, and see a doctor if it persists. Emotion: concern, prudence, but not despair. See the difference? The external event remained the same, but changing the internal judgment dramatically altered the resulting emotion. This is incredibly empowering because, as we learned in the last chapter, our judgments are up to us. The first spark versus the wildfire: understanding emotional reactions. Now, the Stoics were realists. They weren't suggesting we could or should eliminate all feelings or initial reactions. They recognize what we might call the first movement of emotion, that initial involuntary flicker, that happens before conscious thought fully kicks in. Epictetus called these impressions or proto-passions. Think about the jump you give when someone startles you, the immediate flush of heat when you feel insulted, the sinking feeling in your stomach when you hear bad news, the momentary freeze when faced with sudden danger. These initial reactions are largely physiological, part of our human wiring for survival. They are quick, automatic, and mostly outside our direct control in the moment they occur. The Stoics would say these initial impressions are not up to us. Trying to completely suppress these or feeling guilty about having them is counterproductive. The real problem, the Stoics argued, arises in the second movement, what happens after that initial flicker. This is where we consciously or unconsciously assent to a judgment about that initial impression and the event that caused it. This assent is what transforms the spark, proto-passion, into a potentially consuming wildfire, a full-blown negative emotion or passion in Stoic terms. Initial spark. Flush of heat when insulted. Judgment. How dare they speak to me like that? This is an unacceptable attack. Assent. Agreeing with this judgment. Wildfire, consuming anger, resentment. Replaying the insult for hours. Initial spark. Sinking feeling from bad news. Judgment. This is a catastrophe. Everything is ruined. I can't handle this. Assent. Believing this judgment. Wildfire, spiraling anxiety, despair, inability to think clearly. The crucial insight here is that while the spark might be automatic, the act of adding fuel by agreeing with unhelpful judgments is something we can influence. We can learn to pause after the initial spark and examine the judgment before we give it our full assent. The faulty fuel, common judgments that stoke distress. So what kinds of judgments typically fan the flames of anxiety, stress, and anger? Recognizing these patterns in our own thinking is the first step towards changing them. Here are some common culprits. 1. Catastrophizing, taking a negative event or possibility and blowing it completely out of proportion, seeing it as the absolute worst-case scenario. Example. Getting minor critical feedback becomes, I'm terrible at my job, I'm definitely going to get fired. Stoic check. Is this truly a catastrophe or just an undesirable event? Can I survive this? Usually the answer is yes. 2. All or nothing thinking, black and white thinking, seeing things in absolute extremes with no middle ground. If it's not perfect, it's a total failure. Example. If I don't stick to my diet 100%, I've completely failed and might as well give up. Stoic check. Is life really this binary? Isn't progress, even imperfect progress, still valuable? 3. Personalization. Assuming that external events or others' actions are somehow directly related to you, often negatively. Example. My friend seems quiet today. She must be mad at me. Ignoring countless other possibilities. Stoic check. Is this definitely about me? What other explanations could there be? 4. Fortune-telling. Predicting the future, usually negatively, and believing your prediction is fact. Example. I just know I'm going to stumble over my words during that presentation and look like an idiot. Stoic check. Am I predicting the future, or just indulging in worry? What is actually known right now? What can I control, like preparation? 5. Mind reading. Assuming you know what other people are thinking, usually assuming they are thinking negatively about you without any real evidence. Example. When I shared my idea, everyone was probably thinking how basic it was. Stoic check. Can I truly know someone else's thoughts? Is it helpful to assume the worst? 6. Should statements and demandingness, having rigid rules about how you, others, or the world should operate, and getting upset when reality doesn't conform. Example. People should always be considerate in traffic. I shouldn't feel anxious about this. This must work out exactly as I plan. Stoic check. Am I confusing my preferences with universal laws? Does demanding reality be different actually change it, or just cause me distress? Connect strongly to Dichotomy of Control. These faulty judgments act like throwing gasoline on the initial spark of feeling, transforming manageable moments into overwhelming emotional states. They are often automatic, learned habits of thought, but they are not immutable facts. Changing the fuel, questioning your judgments. Here lies our power. If our judgments fuel our distressing emotions, then by examining and challenging those judgments, we can change the fuel source and lessen the intensity of the emotional fire. This isn't about positive thinking Pollyannaism. It's about striving for accurate, rational, and helpful thinking. When you feel a wave of anxiety, anger, or stress rising after that initial spark, try pausing and asking yourself some questions about the underlying judgment. What specific thought or judgment just went through my mind? Identify the fuel. Is this judgment 100% true? What evidence supports it? What evidence contradicts it? Reality check. Am I confusing a possibility with a certainty? Challenge fortune telling. Am I confusing my preference with how things must be? Challenge shoulds. Is there another way to look at the situation? A more objective, less emotionally charged perspective. Seek alternative interpretations. Even if the situation is difficult or undesirable, is it truly unbearable? Is it a catastrophe? Challenge catastrophizing. Is focusing on this judgment helpful right now, or is it just making me feel worse without solving anything? Assess utility. What aspects of this situation are actually within my control? Revisit the DOC. Let's revisit the boss wants to chat later example. Initial spark, anxious lurch in stomach. Automatic judgment. Oh no, I'm in trouble. It's probably about that mistake I made last week. I'm going to get fired. Catastrophizing, mind reading, fortune telling. Pause and question. Is it 100% true I'm in trouble? No, I don't know that. Oh, what's the evidence? Just a vague email. What are other possibilities? Could be about a new project, a question about something routine, positive feedback, rescheduling something. Is assuming the worst helpful? No, it's just making me anxious and unable to focus now. What's in my control? My preparation for the chat, thinking about recent work. My attitude going into it. My response during the chat. Revised judgment. Okay, my boss wants to chat. I don't know why yet. Assuming the worst isn't helpful or accurate. I'll spend a few minutes thinking about current projects, so I'm prepared and I'll approach the conversation calmly and professionally. Worrying beyond that is unproductive. Resulting emotion, calmness, preparedness, reduce anxiety. This process takes practice. At first, it might feel slow or awkward, like learning a new language. But with repetition, you become faster at catching those unhelpful judgments and replacing them with more rational and constructive ones before they hijack your emotional state. Interestingly, this ancient Stoic insight, that our thoughts and interpretations directly shape our emotional experiences, forms the bedrock of modern cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, one of today's most effective and evidence-based approaches for treating anxiety, depression, and stress-related disorders. It turns out the Stoics were psychologists thousands of years ahead of their time. You control the thermostat, not the weather. So let's refine our understanding. Can we completely control our emotions? Perhaps not the initial spark, the involuntary flicker of feeling that arises from our basic human wiring. That's like trying to control the weather, futile and unnecessary. But can we influence the climate of our inner world? Can we learn to regulate the intensity and duration of difficult emotions? Absolutely. We do this by controlling the thermostat, our judgments and interpretations. By choosing more rational, objective, and helpful ways of seeing events, we stop feeding the wildfires of anxiety, anger, and despair. We learn to respond to the sparks with wisdom, rather than just reacting with more fuel. This understanding is profoundly hopeful. It means that even when faced with genuinely difficult external circumstances, which are often outside our control, we retain a powerful form of agency over our inner experience. We are not simply puppets dancing on the strings of our feelings. We are thinking beings capable of examining our thoughts and choosing our responses. Start by simply noticing. Pay attention today to the link between events, the thoughts and judgments that pop into your head, and the emotions that follow. Don't try to change anything just yet. Just observe the pattern. Becoming aware of these automatic judgments is the crucial first step in learning how to challenge them and, ultimately, to find more peace amidst the inevitable sparks of life. You have more power here than you think. Chapter 5. The 5-Minute Stoic. Start your daily mental armor routine. In the last couple of chapters, we've uncovered some profound Stoic insights. We've grasped the liberating power of the dichotomy of control, understanding what truly lies within our power and what doesn't. We've decoded the way our judgments act as fuel for distressing emotions, realizing that by changing our interpretations, we can influence our feelings. These ideas are potent. Understanding them intellectually can already bring a sense of relief and possibility. But let's be honest. Understanding a concept is one thing. Consistently applying it, especially when stress hits and old habits kick in, is another challenge entirely. How do we bridge the gap between knowing these principles and actually living them moment to moment? How do we ensure our Stoic shield isn't just a nice idea we read about, but a reliable defense we carry with us every day? The answer lies in practice. Not hours of complex rituals, but small, consistent, intentional actions. Just as physical armor needs regular maintenance to remain effective polishing the metal, checking the straps, our mental armor requires a simple, daily routine to keep it strong and ready. We need to move these Stoic principles from the realm of conscious thought into the realm of ingrained habit. This is where the power of ritual comes in. Think about other routines in your life: brushing your teeth, making your morning coffee, locking the door before you leave. These small, repeated actions often happen almost automatically, yet they serve important functions, preventing bigger problems down the line. Brushing your teeth takes only a couple of minutes, but done consistently, it prevents cavities and gum disease. A simple daily Stoic routine works much the same way for our minds. It's preventative maintenance for our inner peace. Committing to a brief morning and evening practice helps to ground you. It provides stable anchor points at the beginning and end of your day, regardless of the chaos in between. Reinforce principles. It keeps the core Stoic ideas fresh and accessible in your mind, making them easier to recall when needed. Build mental muscle. Like any exercise, consistent practice strengthens your ability to manage your thoughts and emotions effectively over time. Automate resilience. Gradually, these conscious practices start to become more automatic, shaping your default responses to challenges. So, what does this essential maintenance look like? It's surprisingly simple and incredibly brief. We're talking about just 5 minutes total, 3 in the morning, 2 in the evening. Think of it as your daily appointment with your inner calm, your non-negotiable investment in your own resilience. The morning 3-minute armor, setting your inner compass. The ideal time for this is before the day fully grabs hold of you, perhaps, before you check your phone. before the emails start flooding in, maybe while sipping your first cup of coffee or tea. This isn't about adding another stressful task to your list. It's about proactively setting your internal compass for the day ahead, putting on your mental armor before you step onto the battlefield. Step 1. Reconnect with control, approx 1 minute. Start by consciously bringing the dichotomy of control back into focus. Remind yourself of that fundamental truth. Some things are up to me, and some things are not up to me. How? Take a slow breath. Mentally, or you could jot it down if that helps, identify 1 or 2 things likely to happen today that fall squarely into the not up to me category. Examples: the weather, traffic conditions, how quickly a colleague responds to your email, the final outcome of a meeting, someone else's mood. Acknowledge these are outside your direct command. Then identify 1 or 2 things that are firmly up to me. Examples: the effort I put into my work today, how I choose to respond if I get stuck in traffic, my attitude during that meeting, whether I speak kindly to my family, my decision to exercise. Why? This simple act primes your brain. It's like adjusting the lens of a camera before you start shooting. You're reminding yourself where your true power lies before you encounter situations that might tempt you to forget. You're pre-paving the neural pathways towards acceptance of the uncontrollable and focus on the controllable. Example thought: okay, today the final client decision on the project is not up to me. How my kids behaved this morning is not entirely up to me. My focused effort in preparing my part of the presentation is up to me. My patience and calm response if the kids are difficult is up to me. Step 2. Set a virtuous intention, approx 1 minute. Now give your day a positive direction. Choose 1 specific quality or virtue you want to embody today. The Stoics focused on the 4 cardinal virtues: wisdom, clear judgment; justice, fairness, kindness; courage, facing difficulty; and temperance, moderation, self-discipline. But you can choose any related quality that resonates with you or addresses a specific challenge you anticipate. How? Phrase it as a clear intention, not a vague wish, but a commitment. Examples: today, my intention is to practice patience, especially when dealing with technical issues. Today, I will focus on listening fully before responding in conversations, justice, wisdom. My aim today is courage to speak up about that issue that needs addressing. I intend to practice self-discipline regarding my screen time tonight, temperance. Today, I choose to approach challenges with objectivity. Why? This shifts your focus from merely reacting to life or trying to avoid stress towards proactively being the kind of person you want to be. It provides a specific lens through which to view the day's events and a standard against which to measure your responses. It gives you a positive goal to strive for. Step 3. Anticipate and mentally rehearse, approximately 1 minute. Briefly consider 1 or 2 situations you might encounter today that could potentially trigger stress, frustration, or anxiety. This isn't about dwelling on the negative. We'll cover specific techniques for that later. It's about proactive preparation. How? Identify a likely challenge, for example, a potentially difficult meeting, interacting with a specific person, facing a tedious task, navigating rush hour. Now, quickly visualize yourself in that situation, responding in line with your intention and the dichotomy of control. See yourself pausing instead of reacting impulsively. See yourself applying your chosen virtue. See yourself focusing on what's within your control, your actions, your attitude, and accepting what isn't. Why? This is like a mental walkthrough or a dress rehearsal. Neuroscientists tell us that mentally rehearsing an action strengthens the neural pathways associated with it, making it more likely we'll actually perform that action under pressure. You're building muscle memory for your desired Stoic response. Example rehearsal. Okay, I have that meeting with the difficult client later. Potential challenge. My intention is calm objectivity. If they start getting demanding or critical, trigger. I visualize myself taking a slow breath, pause, listening fully without interrupting, justice, acknowledging their concern calmly, response, and focusing only on what I can control, clearly explaining my perspective and proposing solutions without getting defensive about their tone, which is not in my control. And that's it. 3 minutes to consciously align yourself with your principles, set your direction, and prepare for the day. You've put on your mental armor. The evening 2-minute reflection, learning from the day. Just as important as setting your intention is reviewing your performance. This isn't about harsh self-judgment or beating yourself up over mistakes. It's about honest self-assessment for the sake of learning and growth, like an athlete reviewing game footage. Do this ideally before winding down for sleep, perhaps replacing a few minutes of scrolling social media. Step 1. Objective review. Approx, say, 30 seconds. Briefly scan through the main events and interactions of your day. Especially focus on moments that were challenging, stressful, or emotionally charged. Try to recall them simply as events, setting aside the intense emotional heat you might have felt at the time. Remember Chapter 4, separate the event from the initial judgment. Step 2. Stoic assessment. Approx. 1 minute. Now, gently assess your responses during those key moments through the lens of the Stoic principles we've discussed. Ask yourself, where did I successfully remember the dichotomy of control? Where did I forget and try to control things beyond my power? What judgments popped into my head during difficult moments? Were they accurate and helpful, or were they faulty judgments, catastrophizing, personalizing, etc., that fueled negative emotions? Did I act in line with the intention I set this morning? Where did I manage to embody my chosen virtue? Where did I fall short? Did I remember to pause before reacting, or did impulse take over? Example assessment. Okay. During that argument with my partner, event, my first thought was they never listen. Judgment likely faulty, all or nothing thinking. And I felt really angry, emotion. I definitely didn't practice my intention of patience there. Later, when that project got delayed, event outside my control, I initially felt frustrated, proto-passion. But then I remembered the DOC focused on rescheduling what I could control and let go of the rest. That worked well. Step 3. Learn and adjust. Approx 30 seconds. Based on your assessment, identify one small, constructive takeaway. What insight did you gain? What could you try differently tomorrow? Frame it positively as a learning opportunity. How? Not I failed at being patient, but tomorrow, if a similar disagreement arises, I will make a conscious effort to pause and truly listen before speaking. Not I messed up by worrying about the delay, but I successfully applied the DOC to the project delay. I can use that same approach if other unexpected issues come up. Why? This crucial step turns reflection into progress. It closes the learning loop, ensuring that you're not just identifying patterns, but actively planning small adjustments for the future. It fosters a growth mindset. Consistency creates the shield. 5 minutes. That's all this core routine asks. 3 in the morning, 2 in the evening. It might seem almost too simple to make a real difference against the onslaught of modern stress. But underestimate the power of consistency at your peril. Think of dripping water wearing away stone. Think of compound interest growing a small investment over time. These brief daily check-ins repeated day after day, week after week, month after month, gradually reshape your thinking patterns. They strengthen your resilience. They make calmness and reasoned response your default rather than the exception. Doing this routine consistently is far more potent than attempting an hour-long Stoic meditation once a month or only trying to remember these principles when you're already overwhelmed. You might forget some days. You might feel rushed or think it's silly at first. That's normal. Gently bring yourself back to it the next day. The goal isn't perfection. It's persistence. Frame it not as another chore, but as a fundamental act of self-care, an investment in your own well-being, the essential daily act of maintaining your Stoic shield. This simple 5-minute routine is the engine that drives the practical application of everything we're learning. It transforms Stoicism from an interesting philosophy into a lived reality. Commit to trying it, just for 1 week. See what you notice. These small moments are where the transformation begins. Part 2. Rapid Relief. Stoic Tools for Immediate Calm. Chapter 6. Disarm Fear in 3 minutes. The Power of Negative Visualization. In our journey so far, we've focused on aligning our minds with reality, understanding what we can control, examining the judgments that fuel our distress, and establishing a daily routine to reinforce these principles. These are powerful steps towards building our Stoic shield. But what about those persistent fears and anxieties that still manage to seep through the cracks? The worries about the future, the dread of potential loss, the anxieties that keep us up at night. We live in a culture that often emphasizes relentless positivity. We're told to look on the bright side, manifest success, and visualize only good outcomes. While optimism has its place, sometimes forced positivity can feel hollow, like putting a flimsy bandage on a deep wound. It can even make us feel worse, adding guilt to our anxiety if we can't simply think positive about genuine concerns. The Stoics, ever the realists, offered a different, almost paradoxical approach. Instead of only focusing on the positive, they recommended intentionally, periodically, and constructively contemplating negative possibilities. This practice is known as premeditatio malorum, literally, the premeditation of evils, or the contemplation of future troubles. Now, I know what you might be thinking. Contemplate bad things. Isn't life stressful enough without intentionally thinking about what could go wrong? Isn't that just pessimism? It's a fair question, but the Stoic intention behind this practice is the exact opposite of pessimism. It's not about wallowing in misery or attracting negativity. It's a strategic mental exercise designed to disarm fear, build resilience, and paradoxically, increase our appreciation for the present. Think about it. What often gives fear its power? It's the shock of the unexpected, the dread of the unknown, the feeling of being unprepared. As the Stoic philosopher Seneca wisely observed, what is quite unlooked for is more crushing in its effect, and unexpectedness adds to the weight of a disaster. By mentally looking for potential difficulties before they happen in a controlled way, we rob them of their power to shock and overwhelm us if they ever do materialize. A surprising logic. Why thinking about the worst can make you feel better? This technique works its counterintuitive magic in several ways. 1. It reduces shock and builds resilience. Imagine getting caught in a sudden, freezing downpour, completely unprepared versus stepping out knowing rain was forecast, wearing a waterproof jacket. The rain is the same, but your experience is vastly different. Premeditation is like checking the forecast and mentally putting on your raincoat. If the storm, a setback, a loss, a difficulty does hit, you're not caught completely off guard. You've already considered the possibility, reducing the emotional shock wave and allowing you to respond more calmly. It's like a psychological vaccine. Exposing yourself mentally to a weakened form of adversity strengthens your resilience against the real thing. 2. It clarifies what's truly in your control. When we vaguely worry about something bad happening, the fear often feels amorphous and overwhelming. Premeditation forces us to get specific. And when we visualize a negative scenario, the crucial next step is to ask, okay, if this did happen, what would I do? What aspects of my response would still be within my control? What virtues could I practice? This shifts the focus from helpless victimhood to potential agency, reinforcing the dichotomy of control even in imagined hardship. You often realize you have more resources, inner and outer, to cope than your vague anxiety assumes. 3. It cultivates deep gratitude. Nothing makes you appreciate what you have quite like contemplating its potential loss. Thinking about losing your health, even for a few minutes, makes you profoundly grateful for the simple ability to walk or breathe easily right now. Contemplating financial hardship can spark gratitude for the stability you currently possess. Imagining the absence of a loved one deepens your appreciation for their presence today. This practice combats hedonic adaptation, our tendency to quickly take good things for granted. It resensitizes us to the value of our present blessings, big and small. 4. It defines and disarms vague fears. Anxiety often thrives in the shadows, feeding on vague what-ifs. What if I fail? What if something happens to my family? What if I run out of money? Premeditation encourages us to gently shine a light into those shadows. What does failing actually look like in this specific context? What specific steps would be involved if that feared event occurred? Often, when we make the fear concrete, we find it's either less likely than we imagined, or more manageable than the formless dread suggested. It transforms a terrifying monster under the bed into something specific we can actually analyze and prepare for. Crucially different from worry. It's vital to understand that premeditatio malorum is not the same as anxious rumination. Worry tends to be circular and unproductive, going over the same fears again and again without progress, focused on the uncontrollable, obsessing over outcomes you can't influence, catastrophic, often exaggerating the likelihood and severity of negative outcomes. Passive, leaving you feeling helpless and drained. Negative visualization, done correctly, is structured and time-limited. A brief, focused exercise with a clear beginning and end. Focused on response, emphasizing how you would cope and what is within your control. Realistic, considering plausible scenarios, not just outlandish disasters. Active and empowering, aimed at building resilience, gratitude, and preparedness. The 3-minute negative visualization exercise. Ready to try this powerful, fear-disarming technique? Find a quiet moment. Remember, this is a brief, structured exercise. Step 1. Choose your focus. Approx. 30 seconds. Select one specific fear, worry, or potential negative outcome that's been bothering you. Don't pick your absolute biggest life fear for your first try. Start with something manageable. Maybe it's anxiety about an upcoming deadline, worry about a minor health symptom, fear of saying the wrong thing in a social situation, or concern about a potential travel disruption. Make it concrete. Step 2. Visualize the scenario briefly and realistically. Approximately 1 minute. Close your eyes if it helps. Briefly imagine the feared event actually happening. Allow yourself to picture a plausible version of it unfolding. What would you see here? What might the initial feeling be? Acknowledge that first spark. What are the immediate, realistic consequences? Don't linger here just to feel bad. The purpose isn't self-torment. As soon as you have a clear picture of the scenario, immediately pivot to the next most important step. Step 3. Focus intensely on your response and resources, approximately 1 minute. This is the heart of the exercise. Shift your entire focus to how you would cope if this scenario occurred. Ask yourself empowering questions. Okay, assuming this happened, what actions would still be within my control? Apply the dichotomy of control. What Stoic virtues could I call upon here? How could I act with courage, wisdom, justice, temperance? What practical steps could I take to mitigate the damage or adapt to the new situation? What inner strengths do I possess that it would help me navigate this? For example, resilience learned from past experiences, problem-solving skills, patience. Who could I turn to for support? What external resources are available? For example, friends, family, professional help, community services. Actively visualize yourself doing these things. See yourself taking those controllable actions, embodying those virtues, drawing on your strengths, seeking support. Imagine yourself enduring, adapting, perhaps even learning or growing through the difficulty. See yourself managing, even if it's hard. Example, fear of messing up a presentation. Visualize stumbling over words, seeing confused faces, scenario. Then immediately shift. Visualize yourself taking a breath, control. Calmly correcting yourself or pausing to gather thoughts, control temperance. Remembering your preparation, resource. Focusing on delivering the core message clearly despite the hiccup, control courage. Reminding yourself that one stumble doesn't define your competence, judgment control. And handling questions honestly afterwards, justice, wisdom. Step 4. Return to the present and appreciate. Approx. 30 seconds. Gently bring your awareness back to your current surroundings. Open your eyes. Take another conscious breath. Explicitly acknowledge that scenario has not happened, or if contemplating something that did happen, I got through that. Feel the physical sensation of being back in the present moment safe. Now actively cultivate gratitude. What can you appreciate right now because that feared scenario isn't your current reality? Appreciate your health, your safety, the roof over your head, the people in your life, the simple fact that you have the inner resources you just visualized. Let the contrast fuel genuine appreciation. Important considerations before you practice. While incredibly beneficial for most people dealing with everyday anxieties, keep a few things in mind. Not a substitute for therapy. If you are struggling with severe anxiety, PTSD, clinical depression, or intense phobias, this technique might be too confronting or could potentially be misused without professional guidance. Please consult with a qualified mental health professional. Focus on response, not wallowing. Remember the crucial pivot in Step 3. The goal is resilience and preparedness, not morbid fascination with potential disasters. If you find yourself just dwelling on the negative details without moving to the coping phase, stop the exercise and try again later, perhaps with a smaller fear. Keep it brief and structured. Start small. Don't jump into visualizing your absolute worst nightmare on day 1. Practice with minor worries, the fear of running late, the anxiety about an awkward conversation, the concern about a small financial expense. Build confidence with smaller scenarios first. Integrate, don't isolate. This technique works best as part of the broader Stoic toolkit. Use it alongside the dichotomy of control, examining your judgments, and your daily routine. They reinforce each other. Transforming fear into fuel. Negative visualization might feel strange, even uncomfortable at first. It runs counter to much of the self-help advice we typically hear. But its power lies in its unflinching realism and its focus on our own agency. By daring to look potential difficulties in the eye briefly, constructively, and with a focus on our response, we strip them of their power to paralyze us with vague dread. We realize that even in difficult scenarios, we still have choices. We still have inner resources. We still have the capacity to act virtuously. And by returning to the present with heightened gratitude, we find more joy and peace in our actual lives. Try it. Take 3 minutes today or tomorrow. Choose a small worry. Walk through the steps. See how it feels to proactively disarm that fear, transforming it from a source of anxiety into a catalyst for resilience and appreciation. This is another vital layer of your Stoic shield. Chapter 7. See clearly now. The 1-minute objective perception. In our journey to build the Stoic shield, we've tackled the big concepts, understanding what we can and cannot control, recognizing how our judgments fuel our emotions, committing to daily practice, and even strategically contemplating potential negatives to disarm fear. Now we zoom in on something incredibly fundamental yet often overlooked, the very words we use to describe our reality. Think about how you talk to others, but perhaps more importantly, to yourself about stressful events. When stuck in traffic, is it just slow-moving vehicles, or is it a total nightmare, unbearable gridlock, ruining my entire morning? When a project hits a snag, is it an unexpected challenge requiring a revised plan, or is it a complete disaster, an impossible situation, proof that everything is falling apart? When someone disagrees with you, do you note a difference in perspective, or do you internally label it a personal attack, ridiculous stubbornness, them being completely unreasonable? Notice the difference. The first description in each pair attempts to state facts. The second injects heavy doses of emotion, judgment, and often exaggeration. The Stoics recognize that the language we use isn't just a passive reflection of reality. It actively shapes our perception of it. Our words are often the judgments we explored in Chapter 4, made tangible. And these emotionally charged words act like accelerants poured onto the embers of our initial feelings, turning minor annoyances into major stressors and manageable difficulties into overwhelming crises. The hidden power and danger of your inner narrator. We all have an inner narrator, constantly describing our world to us. The problem is this narrator is often highly dramatic, prone to hyperbole, and deeply invested in emotional storylines. It loves labels. And the labels it chooses have a direct impact on how we feel and react. Consider these common scenarios and the difference between a subjective, emotionally loaded description and a more objective one. Scenario: your boss points out an error in your report. Subjective/emotional narrator: my boss ripped my report to shreds. He thinks I'm incompetent. This is humiliating. Emotion: panic, shame, anger. Objective narrator: my boss identified an error on page 5 regarding the Q2 data analysis and asked me to correct it. Emotion: mild concern, focus on correction. Scenario: you have a long list of tasks to complete today. Subjective/emotional rater: my to-do list is completely overwhelming. It's impossible. I'll never get through this. Emotion: anxiety paralysis. Objective narrator: I have identified 10 tasks to complete today. Based on estimated times, completing all may require prioritizing or working efficiently. Emotion: focus, perhaps slightly pressured, but action-oriented. Scenario: a friend seems distant or less responsive than usual. Subjective/emotional narrator: she's definitely mad at me. I must have done something wrong. She's probably avoiding me. Emotion: worry, guilt, insecurity. Objective narrator: my friend responded to my last 2 messages with shorter replies than usual. I don't know the reason for this change. Emotion: curiosity, perhaps Slight concern, but avoids assumption. Scenario, you make a mistake while cooking dinner. Subjective/emotional narrator. I ruined dinner. I'm such a terrible cook. Everything I do goes wrong. Emotion, frustration, self-criticism. Objective narrator. I added too much salt to the soup. The taste is now saltier than intended. I can try adding potato or more broth. Emotion, mild annoyance, problem solving. The great Stoic emperor Marcus Aurelius famously practiced this kind of objective perception, deliberately stripping away the layers of opinion and prestige we tend to wrap around things. He'd remind himself that a fine vintage wine was merely fermented grape juice, or that luxurious purple robes were just sheep's wool dyed with the gore of shellfish. His goal wasn't to be cynical or dismissive of beauty, but to pierce through the inflated value judgments and subjective hype we attach to externals. He wanted to see things plainly for what they truly were, unburdened by unnecessary emotional baggage. Why? Because seeing clearly is essential for thinking clearly and acting wisely. How loaded language fuels the stress cycle. When we consistently use emotionally charged subjective language, we create a vicious cycle. 1. An event occurs. 2. We immediately apply a subjective emotional label. This is awful. 3. This label acts as a judgment, triggering or amplifying negative emotions, stress, anger, fear. 4. These strong emotions then further color our perception, making us more likely to interpret subsequent events negatively and use even more dramatic language. 5. The cycle repeats, keeping us locked in a state of heightened stress and reactivity. Neurologically, dramatic and catastrophic language, disaster, nightmare, always and never, tends to activate our amygdala, the brain's threat detection center. It puts us on high alert, triggering the fight or flight response, even when there's no genuine physical danger. We feel stressed, anxious, and overwhelmed because our own internal descriptions are telling our brain that the situation is a threat. Conversely, using neutral, objective language tends to engage the prefrontal cortex, the part of our brain responsible for rational thought, planning, and emotional regulation. It allows us to assess the situation more calmly, accurately, and logically, paving the way for effective problem-solving instead of reactive panic. The 1-minute objective perception fix, cleaning your mental lens. So how can we break this cycle? How can we train our inner narrator to be less dramatic and more factual? By consciously practicing objective perception, especially when we feel stressed or upset. This simple exercise takes only about a minute and can dramatically lower the emotional temperature of a situation. Step 1. Identify the stressor and your current story, approximately 15 seconds. First, pinpoint the specific situation that's causing you distress right now. Then take a moment to notice the words, labels, and narrative currently running through your head about it. What story are you telling yourself? Acknowledge the emotional flavor of that story. Example. Okay. The situation is my internet connection keeps dropping while I'm trying to work. My current story is, this is infuriating. I can't get anything done. This always happens. It's completely ruining my productivity. Notice words. Infuriating. Can't always, completely ruining. Step 2. Describe it like a neutral reporter, approx 30 seconds. Now mentally step back. Imagine you are a completely detached observer. A scientist noting data, a journalist reporting only the verifiable facts for the evening news, or even explaining it to an alien who has zero emotional context for human drama. Your goal is to describe the situation using only neutral, factual, observable language. Avoid emotional adjectives, awful, terrible, great, annoying. Interpretations of intent or motive, exaggerations and generalizations always, never, everyone, nobody. Catastrophic labels: disaster, nightmare, catastrophe. Focus on what specifically happened or is happening. Who is involved? What actions were taken? What words were said as close to verbatim as possible? What are the measurable facts: time, quantity, frequency? Example, Internet. My internet service provider is experiencing intermittent connectivity in my area today. The connection has dropped 3 times in the past hour, each lasting approximately 2 minutes. This is interrupting tasks requiring a stable connection. Facts only. Contrast with the previous narrative. Example, colleague's comment. During the 10 a.m. team meeting, while discussing the Q3 report, my colleague, unnamed, stated, "Perhaps we could add more specific examples to Section 2. They looked at me when they said it. The meeting then moved to the next agenda item. Facts only. Contrast with, "He totally undermined me." Step 3. Notice the shift in feeling. Approximate 15 seconds. After you've formulated the objective description, pause. Bring your awareness inward. How do you feel now compared to when you were running the emotional narrative? Is the anger less sharp? Is the anxiety dialed down a notch? Is there a subtle sense of calm, clarity, or even just a little more mental space? Don't expect miracles, or a complete absence of feeling the situation might still be genuinely inconvenient or unpleasant. But often, simply describing it objectively significantly reduces the added layer of suffering created by our own dramatic interpretations. Notice even a small shift. This feedback reinforces the power of the technique. Why this simple fix packs such a punch? This exercise seems almost too basic, yet its effects can be profound. It works because it deflates emotional hyperbole. Stripping away loaded words removes the unnecessary amplification of negative feelings. It engages your rational mind. Shifting to factual description pulls you out of the reactive emotional brain, amygdala, and into the calmer, problem-solving prefrontal cortex. It creates psychological distance. Objectivity puts a small buffer between you and the problem, making it feel less consuming and more like something you can observe and address. It reveals reality more clearly. Often the objective description shows the situation isn't as catastrophic or absolute as our emotional narrative claimed. It grounds us in facts. It often highlights controllables. By describing facts, we can sometimes see actionable steps more clearly. The connection dropped 3 times might lead to the controllable action of, "I should call the provider," more readily than, "This is infuriating." Cultivating clarity as a habit. Like all Stoic tools, objective perception becomes more effective with practice. Try using it not just when you're stressed, but occasionally with neutral or even positive events. Describe a pleasant meal simply by its ingredients and tastes, or a beautiful sunset by the colors and light, just to exercise the muscle of factual description without emotional overlay. You can even apply it to your internal states. Instead of thinking, "I'm drowning in anxiety," try observing, "I am noticing a rapid heartbeat, shallow breathing, and a stream of fast-paced thoughts related to upcoming tasks." This creates distance and allows for a calmer response. It might feel unnatural at first. Our brains are wired for quick emotional judgments and storytelling. But the payoff, a significant reduction in unnecessary stress and an increase in mental clarity, is well worth the small effort. The goal, as Marcus Aurelius might say, is simply to see things as they are, not worse than they are. By cleaning the lens of our perception, by choosing our words carefully, we remove a major source of self-inflicted distress. We equip our Stoic shield with the power of clarity. Try the 1-minute fix right now with any small annoyance you're experiencing. Describe it objectively. Notice the shift. That feeling? That's the feeling of seeing clearly. Chapter 8. Instant Grounding. Stoic Mindfulness for Turbulent Moments. We've spent the last few chapters learning to refine our perception and judgments, understanding the limits of our control, decoding the link between our thoughts and feelings, practicing objective description, and even strategically contemplating potential difficulties to lessen their fearful grip. These are powerful mental adjustments. But what happens when, despite our best efforts, our minds still get hijacked? What about those moments when anxiety suddenly spikes and our thoughts start racing uncontrollably, spiraling into past regrets or future catastrophes? It's an incredibly common human experience. Our minds, wonderful as they are, have a natural tendency to wander. Under stress, this wandering often takes us to unproductive and painful places. We get stuck replaying an embarrassing mistake from last week, the past, which we cannot change. We obsessively worry about a presentation scheduled for next month, the future, which hasn't happened yet and isn't fully within our control. We fret about what someone might think or what could go wrong. Lost in these mental time travels, we inflict a tremendous amount of stress upon ourselves, completely disconnected from the reality of the present moment. The Stoics recognized this tendency long ago. They understood that while we can learn from the past and plan for the future, the only time we actually live, the only time we can exercise our judgment and make choices, our core area of control, is right now. The present moment is the single point where our agency truly exists. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself, "Confine yourself to the present." Epictetus stressed that our main task is to deal correctly with the impressions, thoughts, and sensations arising now. Why this intense focus on the present? Because dwelling emotionally on the past often fuels feelings of depression, regret, guilt, and resentment, all based on things that are finished and cannot be altered. Fixating anxiously on the future, on the other hand, breeds worry, fear, and tension, all based on things that haven't occurred and may never happen as we imagine. Both modes rob us of peace and effectiveness in the only time we actually possess, the here and now. This isn't to say we should ignore history or neglect planning. The Stoics were highly practical. Learning from experience and preparing prudently were essential. But they understood the crucial difference between using the past and future constructively, through reflection and planning which happen now, versus being emotionally consumed by them. When stress spikes, when anxiety threatens to pull us under, the most powerful antidote is often to drop anchor firmly in the present moment. The anxious spiral and the need for an anchor. Think about what happens during a surge of anxiety. Often one worrisome thought triggers another, then another, creating a cascade effect. What if I fail this project? Leads to, if I fail, my boss will be angry, which leads to, if my boss is angry, I might lose my job, which leads to, if I lose my job, how will I pay my bills? And so on. Our breathing gets shallow, our heart rate increases, our muscles tense, our body reacts as if the entire catastrophic chain is happening right now, even though we might just be sitting at our desk. We get lost in a mental storm, completely detached from our actual present surroundings. What we need in those moments is an anchor, something simple, immediate, and real to hold on to that can interrupt the spiral and pull our attention back from the churning waters of past regrets or future fears into the relative calm of the present reality. This is where Stoic mindfulness comes in practical techniques designed to ground us instantly when we feel ourselves drifting into distress. Stoic mindfulness, paying attention on purpose. While we often associate mindfulness today with Buddhist traditions, and there are certainly overlaps and shared roots in basic human psychology, the Stoics had their own rigorous practice of attention called prosoche. Prosoche meant paying continuous, vigilant attention to one's own thoughts, judgments, and actions in the present moment, ensuring they aligned with reason and virtue. It was about being fully awake and aware right here, right now. The techniques below are simple, modern adaptations inspired by this principle of present moment attention. They are designed to be used on the spot whenever you feel overwhelmed, anxious, or lost in thought. They act like circuit breakers for the anxious mind. Technique 1. Focused breathing, the 30-second anchor. This is perhaps the simplest and most accessible grounding technique. Your breath is always with you, always happening now. How? Wherever you are, pause for just 30, 60 seconds. You can close your eyes gently or just soften your gaze. Bring your full attention to the physical sensation of your breath entering and leaving your body. Notice the air moving in through your nose or mouth, filling your lungs. Notice the gentle rise of your chest or abdomen. Notice the air flowing back out. Don't try to breathe in a special way. Just observe the natural rhythm as it is. Your mind will wander. That's what minds do. When you notice it has drifted to a worry, a sound, a thought, gently and without judgment, just guide your attention back to the sensation of breathing. Repeat this gentle return as many times as needed within your 30 and 60 seconds. Variation. Box breathing. If it helps to have more structure, try inhaling slowly for a count of 4, holding the breath gently for 4, exhaling slowly for 4, and holding the empty breath gently for 4. Repeat for several cycles. Why it works. It anchors your attention to a concrete, physical process happening in the present. It interrupts the stream of racing thoughts. Focusing on the breath also has a direct physiological calming effect on the nervous system, slowing heart rate and reducing the fight or flight response. It's incredibly discreet. You can do it anywhere, anytime, without anyone knowing. Use it. When feeling flustered before a meeting, when stuck in traffic, when overwhelmed by emails, when you notice your thoughts starting to spiral. Technique 2. Engaging the senses, the 5-4-3-2-1 grounding. When your mind feels completely lost in abstract worries, forcefully pulling your attention back to the physical world through your senses can be incredibly effective. How? Wherever you are, pause and deliberately notice. 5 things you can see. Look around and mentally name 5 distinct objects, noticing their color, shape, texture. For example, blue pen, shiny laptop screen, green plant leaf, wood grain on desk, light switch on wall. Really look at them. 4 things you can feel. Bring your awareness to physical sensations. Notice the texture of your clothing against your skin, the feeling of the chair supporting you, the temperature of the air on your face, the solidity of the floor beneath your feet. 3 things you can hear. Listen intently. What sounds are present? The hum of a computer, distant traffic, birdsong outside, your own breathing. Try to pick out 3 distinct sounds. 2 things you can smell. What scents are in the air right now? Maybe coffee brewing, disinfectant, outdoor air through a window. If you can't smell anything distinct, recall 2 pleasant smells you enjoy, like fresh bread or rain. 1 thing you can taste. Notice the current taste in your mouth, or perhaps take a sip of water and really focus on the sensation. You could also just notice the feeling of your tongue resting in your mouth. Why it works. This technique yanks your attention out of the internal world of thoughts and firmly plants it in the external sensory reality of the present moment. It's hard to stay lost in anxious projections about the future when you are actively cataloging the sights, sounds, and sensations around you right now. It breaks the mental loop by overwhelming it with present moment data. Use it. When feeling panicky, dissociated, overwhelmed by racing thoughts, or disconnected from your surroundings. Technique 3. Mindful task focus, everyday anchors. You don't need to sit formally meditating to practice mindfulness. You can anchor yourself in the present during ordinary, everyday activities. How? Choose a simple, routine task that you usually do on autopilot. Decide to perform it just this once, with your full, undivided attention. Examples: washing your hands, feel the temperature of the water, the slipperiness of the soap, the sensation of rubbing your hands together, the smell of the soap, the feeling of the towel afterwards, drinking tea or coffee. Notice the warmth of the mug, the color of the liquid, the aroma, the sensation, and taste as you sip, the feeling of swallowing. Walking. Pay attention to the sensation of your feet hitting the ground, the movement of your body, the sights and sounds around you as you move. Eating a piece of fruit. Look closely at its colors and texture. Smell it. Notice the sensation as you bite into it, the burst of flavor and juice, the feeling of chewing and swallowing. Treat the chosen task, for those few moments, as if it is the most important and fascinating activity in the world. When your mind wanders, for example, starts planning the next thing, gently bring it back to the sensory details of the task at hand. Why it works. This practice demonstrates that grounding isn't separate from life. It can be woven into life. It trains your attention muscle in small, manageable ways. It helps you find moments of calm and presence, even during mundane routines where your mind might otherwise drift into worry or stress. It connects you to the physical reality of your actions. Use it. Intentionally pick one routine task each day, like your morning coffee, brushing your teeth, walking to your car, to practice with full attention. Ancient wisdom, modern relevance. These simple techniques draw on the core Stoic principle of prososche, paying attention here and now. While modern mindfulness practices often have roots in Eastern traditions and may have slightly different ultimate aims, like insight into the nature of self, the practical tools for calming the mind and anchoring attention in the present are remarkably convergent. Both ancient Stoics and modern mindfulness practitioners recognize the profound stress-reducing power of pulling our awareness out of anxious thoughts about past and future, and grounding it firmly in the reality of what is actually happening right now. The benefits are numerous and immediate. Anxious thought spirals are interrupted, emotional reactivity is lessened, clarity increases, focus improves, and often a sense of physiological calm ensues. You reconnect with the simple reality that, in this specific moment, you are likely okay. The catastrophe you were imagining isn't actually occurring. You're anchor in the storm. Think of these techniques as readily available anchors you can deploy the instant you feel the turbulent waves of anxiety or overwhelm starting to pull you away from the present shore. They are not about suppressing thoughts or feelings, but about choosing where you place your focus. Identify which technique resonates most with you, or which seems most applicable to the situations where you tend to feel stressed or lost in thought. Practice it when you're calm, so it feels familiar. Then the next time you feel that familiar surge of anxiety, that pull towards past regrets or future worries, deploy your anchor. Breathe. Engage your senses. Focus on a simple task. Bring yourself back to the now. It's the only place you have any real power. It's the only place you truly live. It's the calm center within the storm, always accessible, waiting for you to return. Chapter 9. Stop Fighting Reality. The Surprising Peace of Amor Fati. We've equipped ourselves with some powerful tools so far. We know the importance of focusing on what's within our control. Chapter 3. Understanding how our judgments shape our emotions. Chapter 4. Establishing a daily practice. Chapter 5. Disarming fear through negative visualization. Chapter 6. Seeing things objectively. Chapter 7. And grounding ourselves in the present moment. Chapter 8. These practices form crucial layers of our Stoic shield, helping us navigate daily stresses with greater calm and clarity. But what happens when life throws us something genuinely difficult, something undeniably painful, unwelcome, and firmly outside our control? What about illness, loss, betrayal, major setbacks, or simply the relentless stream of minor frustrations that reality inevitably serves up? We can apply our tools, focus on our response, manage our judgments, stay present, yet still feel a deep sense of resistance, a feeling that this shouldn't be happening. We might find ourselves railing against reality, consumed by thoughts of, if only, bitterness about the past, or dread about a future we didn't choose. It's in these moments, when faced with the unchangeable and undesirable aspects of life, that the Stoics offer perhaps their most challenging, yet ultimately most liberating concept, amor fati. Latin for love of fate or love of what is. Amor fati is the practice of not just accepting everything that happens in life, the good, the bad, the ugly, the indifferent, but actively embracing it as necessary, as part of the intricate tapestry of existence. It's a radical stance, famously championed not only by Stoics like Marcus Aurelius and Epictetus, but also echoed centuries later by the philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche, who called it his formula for greatness in a human being. What amor fati is, and what it definitely isn't. This idea can be easily misunderstood, so let's be very clear. Amor fati is not passive resignation. It's not throwing your hands up in defeat, saying nothing matters, and giving up on trying to improve things within your control. Stoicism is fundamentally about action. Virtuous action within your sphere of influence. Enjoying pain or suffering, it's not masochism. It doesn't mean pretending that painful experiences are pleasant or denying that loss hurts. Grief, sadness, and pain are natural human responses. Amor fati doesn't ask you to like the pain itself. Blind fatalism. It's not believing that everything is predetermined and you have no choices or agency. Remember the dichotomy of control. Your judgments, intentions, and actions are up to you. So what is amor fati? Active, courageous acceptance. It's a conscious, often difficult choice to accept the entirety of reality as it presents itself, without reservation. It means saying yes to life, exactly as it unfolds, including the parts we didn't choose and don't like. Embracing necessity. It involves recognizing that events happen due to an incredibly complex web of cause and effect, governed by the laws of nature, what the Stoics called logos or universal reason. Fighting against what is ultimately means fighting against the nature of reality itself, an exhausting and unwinnable battle. Amor fati chooses cooperation over conflict with the inevitable. Seeing everything as material. It's the profound belief that everything that happens, especially adversity, provides raw material for practicing virtue. Hardship becomes an opportunity to exercise courage, patience, resilience, wisdom. As Marcus Aurelius put it, the impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way. Amor fati means welcoming these opportunities, even when they arrive in unwelcome packages. A trust in the whole. It implies a kind of trust, not necessarily in a personal deity, but in the coherence of the universe or the natural order. It's accepting our small part within that vast, intricate system, understanding that we don't see the full picture, and choosing to play our role well, regardless of the specific circumstances dealt to us. The root of suffering. Our war with what is. Why would the Stoics advocate for such a seemingly difficult stance? Because they understood a fundamental truth about human suffering. A vast amount of our mental and emotional pain comes not directly from external events, but from our resistance to those events. Think about it. What happens when you get stuck in traffic? The actual event is simply stationary cars. The suffering, the anger, the frustration, the stress arises from your internal narrative. This shouldn't be happening. I should be moving. This is ruining my schedule. Why is this happening to me? You are mentally fighting against the reality of the traffic jam. Consider a more serious example, like receiving difficult news, perhaps a health diagnosis or a job loss. The initial shock and sadness, the proto-passions, are natural. But the prolonged suffering often comes from the internal resistance. This isn't fair. This can't be happening. My life should be different. If only X hadn't happened. We expend enormous amounts of energy arguing with reality, wishing things were otherwise, replaying the past or dreading a future based on this unwanted present. This internal war against what is creates constant mental friction. It's like trying to swim directly against a powerful river current. You exhaust yourself going nowhere, feeling battered and overwhelmed, or like banging your head against a brick wall, hoping the wall will somehow yield. The only result is a headache. The Stoics realized that if we could simply stop fighting the unchangeable aspects of reality, we could free up immense energy and find a surprising degree of peace, even amidst difficulty. Amor fati is the decision to stop swimming against the current, to stop arguing with the rain, to stop banging your head against the wall of reality. Putting amor fati into practice, shifting the question. How do we actually practice this in daily life, especially when things feel genuinely tough? It starts by consciously shifting the internal questions we ask ourselves when faced with adversity. Instead of, why is this happening to me? This shouldn't be happening. This is unfair. If only, try asking, okay, this is happening. Now what? Acceptance. Focus on response. Given that this is the situation, what is within my control? Acceptance talk. How can I use this situation as an opportunity to practice virtue, courage, patience, wisdom, etc.? Acceptance-seeking growth. Can I accept this moment exactly as it is without resistance? Direct practice of acceptance. Let's look at applying this across different scenarios. Minor annoyances, slow internet, long queue, spilled coffee. Instead of letting frustration build, this is ridiculous. Try a simple, okay, this is happening. See it not as a personal affront, but just the universe being unpredictable. Maybe it's a chance to practice patience, a virtue, or take a mindful breath, present moment. Embrace the imperfection of the moment. Significant setbacks, project failure, relationship ending, financial loss. The temptation is to resist, deny, blame, or get lost in what-ifs. Amor fati encourages accepting the new reality first. Okay, the project failed. That is the situation now. The relationship has ended. That is the current reality. From that point of acceptance, you can then apply the dichotomy of control. What can I do now? What lessons can I learn? How can I move forward constructively? See it not just as an ending, but perhaps as an unexpected, albeit painful, redirection. Embrace the challenge to rebuild or learn. Health issues or chronic pain. This is incredibly challenging. Amor fati doesn't mean liking the pain or pretending it doesn't exist. It means accepting the physical reality. This pain is present in my body right now. Without adding layers of mental resistance, this is destroying my life. Why me? The focus shifts to what is controllable. Managing symptoms effectively, adapting lifestyle where necessary, seeking appropriate help, finding ways to cultivate joy and meaning despite the limitations, and practicing courage in facing the daily reality. Embrace the strength required to live well within these constraints. Difficult people or their actions. We cannot control others. Amor fati involves accepting their behavior as part of their reality and the complex causes behind it. Even if we strongly disapprove, our focus returns to our own response, or DOC. How can I act justly, wisely, and with appropriate boundaries in the face of this? We accept the reality of their actions without necessarily condoning them, freeing ourselves from the futile anger of demanding they be different, past traumas or regrets. The past is the ultimate uncontrollable. Amor fati, applied retrospectively, means accepting that what happened, happened. It cannot be undone. Fighting it internally only prolongs the suffering. Acceptance doesn't mean forgetting or excusing harm, but it means letting go of the energy-draining struggle against the unchangeable nature of past events, allowing focus on healing and building a better present and future. Mindset shifts and helpful phrases. Cultivating amor fati is a practice, reinforced by the mental cues we give ourselves. When facing difficulty, try gently introducing these phrases or ideas into your thoughts. This too, a simple acknowledgement that this difficulty is part of the larger, complex tapestry of life, just like joy and ease. This is happening. A neutral statement of fact, grounding you in reality. What is my next indicated step? Shifts focus from resistance to constructive action. Can I treat this as material for practice? Reframes adversity as opportunity. Accept what is so I can deal with what is. Highlights acceptance as the prerequisite for effective action. Could I choose to embrace this as part of my unique path? A deeper level of acceptance. These aren't magic words, but reminders to shift your perspective from fighting reality to working with it. The surprising peace of letting go. Why does embracing potentially painful realities lead to peace? It seems counterintuitive. But the peace comes from ceasing the internal war. When you stop pouring energy into resisting what you cannot change, that energy becomes available for coping, adapting, learning, and living. When you stop arguing with reality, the source of immense frustration, anger, and bitterness dissolves. Amor fati cultivates equanimity, a deep, stable sense of inner calm that isn't dependent on external circumstances being pleasant or easy. It fosters profound resilience because instead of being shattered by adversity, you learn to integrate it, learn from it, and use it as fuel for growth. It connects you to a larger sense of purpose, finding meaning not just despite challenges, but sometimes because of them. This is, admittedly, one of the highest peaks of Stoic practice. It takes courage, patience, and repeated effort, especially when facing truly devastating circumstances. Be gentle with yourself. It doesn't mean you won't feel sadness or pain. It means you choose not to add the extra suffering of resistance on top of the inherent difficulty of the situation. Start small. Practice amor fati with the minor frustrations of your day, the traffic jam, the spilled drink, the annoying email. Notice the feeling of relief, the small pocket of peace that opens up when you simply stop fighting it and say, okay, this is happening. Now what? That feeling, cultivated consistently, is the surprising peace that comes from learning to love whatever fate sends your way. It is the ultimate reinforcement of your Stoic shield. Chapter 10. Obstacles are fuel, turning setbacks into strength. In the last chapter, we explored amor fati, the courageous, active acceptance of everything life brings our way, the good and the bad, the welcome and the unwelcome. We learned that much of our suffering comes not from events themselves, but from our resistance to them, our internal war against reality. Choosing to accept what is frees up enormous energy and opens the door to a surprising kind of peace. But acceptance, in the Stoic sense, is never passive resignation. It's not about throwing our hands up and saying, well, this is terrible. Guess I'll just endure it. Acceptance is the crucial first step that clears the ground for wise and effective action. Now that we've stopped fighting the reality of the situation, the question becomes, what do we do with it? How do we engage with the difficulties, the setbacks, the frustrations that amor fati asks us to embrace? Here the Stoics offer another radical and profoundly empowering perspective. Obstacles are not merely things to be overcome or endured. They are opportunities. More than that, they are the necessary fuel for developing our character and living a virtuous, flourishing life. The Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius captured this idea brilliantly in his Meditations. The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes way. Read that again. What stands in the way becomes the way. It's a mental judo flip. Instead of seeing an obstacle as something blocking your path, you see the obstacle itself as the path forward. How? Because the obstacle provides the very context, the specific challenge, needed to practice and strengthen the qualities that truly matter, our virtues. Think about it. How could you possibly develop courage if you never faced anything frightening or difficult? How could you cultivate patience if you never experienced delays, frustrations, or difficult people? How could you build resilience if you never encountered setbacks or failures? How could you practice wisdom if you never had to navigate complex or ambiguous situations? How could you demonstrate justice or kindness if there were no opportunities for conflict or misunderstanding? Just as a weightlifter needs the resistance of heavy weights to build physical muscle, our character needs the resistance of obstacles to grow stronger. Just as a sailor needs the wind, even contrary winds, to learn the art of navigation, we need challenges to learn the art of living well. The Stoics saw obstacles not as unfortunate deviations from a smooth path to happiness, but as integral, necessary components of that path. They are the raw material, the fuel, required to forge a strong and virtuous character. Shifting the goalpost. Virtue is the victory. To truly grasp this, we need to remember the core Stoic understanding of what constitutes a good life. As we've touched upon, the Stoics argued that things like health, wealth, reputation, success, and pleasure are not inherently good or bad in themselves. They are preferred indifference, things we might naturally prefer, but which don't determine our actual well-being or moral worth. Similarly, illness, poverty, criticism, failure, and pain are dispreferred indifference, things we might naturally wish to avoid, but which cannot, in themselves, make us bad people or prevent us from living a flourishing life. Eudaimonia. What is truly good, according to the Stoics? The only thing that is unequivocally good is virtue exercising wisdom, justice, courage, and temperance, self-discipline, in our thoughts, intentions, and actions. Our flourishing, our true happiness, depends not on achieving specific external outcomes, but on the quality of our character, and how we choose to respond to whatever circumstances arise. If virtue is the sole good, then any situation, no matter how difficult or undesirable externally, becomes valuable if it provides an opportunity to practice virtue. The obstacle isn't blocking you from the goal. The obstacle is the arena where the goal, acting virtuously, can be achieved. The external outcome, whether you succeed or fail in conventional terms, becomes secondary. The primary victory lies in how you choose to respond, in the character you display while navigating the challenge. The reframe technique, turning frustration into purpose. This understanding leads to a powerful mental technique for reframing obstacles. When you encounter a setback, a frustration, or any kind of difficulty, instead of defaulting to the victim mindset, "Why is this happening to me? This is terrible," you can consciously shift your perspective by asking a simple, transformative question. Step 1. Clearly identify the obstacle first. Acknowledge the specific challenge you're facing. Use that objective perception we practiced in Chapter 7. State the facts without the heavy emotional overlay. For example, the funding for my project was cut. I'm stuck dealing with bureaucratic red tape. My physical limitation prevents me from doing X activity. This person is consistently acting in a way I find difficult. Step 2. Notice your initial reaction. Acknowledge the automatic thoughts and feelings that arise. Maybe it's frustration, anger, fear, disappointment, self-pity. Notice the internal narrative. This is unfair. I can't handle this. This ruins everything. Just observe this initial reaction without judgment. Step 3. Ask the Stoic question now. Deliberately introduce the reframe. Ask yourself what virtue is. Does this specific obstacle give me the opportunity to practice right now? Alternatively, how can I use this situation as fuel for my character? What good can I bring forth from this difficulty? Step 4. Brainstorm specific virtues. Think concretely about how this particular challenge calls for specific virtuous responses. Consider the 4 cardinal virtues and related qualities. Wisdom. Does this require clear thinking, learning from a mistake, seeking good advice, seeing the bigger picture, understanding complexity, making a difficult but rational decision? Justice. Does this require treating someone fairly despite conflict, communicating honestly and respectfully, considering the needs of others, acting with integrity, being kind, perhaps even to yourself? Courage. Does this require facing a fear, having a necessary but uncomfortable conversation, speaking truth to power, persevering when things get tough, standing by your principles, enduring discomfort? Temperance. Self-discipline. Does this require managing frustration or anger, resisting impulsive reactions, maintaining healthy habits under pressure, conserving energy or resources, practicing moderation, delaying gratification? Other related virtues: patience, perseverance, creativity, resilience, objectivity, gratitude, forgiveness, humility, generosity, compassion. Let's apply it with more examples. Obstacle. You make a significant mistake at work that causes problems. Initial reaction: panic, shame, fear of consequences. I've messed everything up. Stoic question: what virtues can I practice here? Virtues called for: justice, owning the mistake honestly, taking responsibility, apologizing sincerely. Wisdom, analyzing what went wrong to learn from it, figuring out the best way to mitigate the damage. Courage, facing the consequences, communicating openly with your boss, team. Temperance, managing feelings of panic or defensiveness. Your focus shifts from "I messed up" to "How can I handle this mistake virtuously?" Obstacle, dealing with constant interruptions while trying to focus on an important task. Initial reaction: intense frustration, anger. I can't get anything done. Why won't people leave me alone? Stoic question. What virtues does this situation allow me to practice? Virtues called for: patience, managing the frustration of being interrupted; temperance, controlling annoyance, responding calmly; justice, responding politely even when interrupted, or setting clear boundaries respectfully; wisdom, finding the strategies to minimize interruptions or communicate needs effectively. Your focus shifts from "these interruptions are ruining my focus" to "how can I practice patience and wisdom in managing these interruptions?" Obstacle: facing unfair criticism or gossip. Initial reaction: hurt, anger, defensiveness. That's not true. How dare they say that? Stoic question. What virtues does this offer me a chance to exercise? Virtues called for: temperance, managing the initial emotional sting, resisting the urge to lash out; wisdom, evaluating if there's any truth to learn from, considering the source, deciding how to respond; courage, perhaps calmly addressing the source if appropriate, or having the courage to let it go if it's not worth engaging; justice, not resorting to gossip yourself, maintaining your own integrity. Your focus shifts from "they are wrong, unfair" to "how can I respond with integrity and wisdom?" Step 5. Shift your goal to virtuous action. Once you've identified the virtues the situation calls for, make practicing those virtues your primary goal in navigating the obstacle. The external outcome, whether the obstacle is removed, whether you win, becomes less important than the internal victory of acting well. Your purpose shifts from simply getting past the obstacle to growing through the obstacle. The alchemy, turning frustration to fuel. This deliberate reframing is a form of mental alchemy. It takes the lead of frustration, fear, and helplessness and transforms it into the goal of purpose, agency, and character development. Here's why it's so effective. It restores your sense of agency. When faced with an obstacle, especially one outside our control, it's easy to feel like a passive victim, asking, "How can I use this?" or "What virtue can I practice?" immediately shifts you back into the driver's seat. You may not control the obstacle, but you absolutely control your response. And you are choosing to make that response a virtuous one. It infuses difficulty with meaning. Random suffering or frustration feels pointless and draining, but seeing challenges as opportunities to build character infuses them with purpose, even if the situation is objectively bad. Your experience of navigating it can be meaningful if you frame it as practice for becoming a better human being. It channels negative energy constructively. Anger, frustration, and fear are powerful energies. Left unchecked, they are destructive. By channeling that energy into the pursuit of virtue, using frustration to fuel patience, fear to fuel courage, you harness it for a positive purpose. It builds genuine resilience. Resilience isn't about avoiding difficulty. It's about navigating it effectively and bouncing back stronger. Each time you consciously choose a virtuous response to an obstacle, you strengthen those character muscles. You learn through direct experience that you can handle hard things, making you less afraid of future challenges. It aligns you with your deepest values. Ultimately, most of us want to be good people, wise, fair, brave, disciplined. When your response to life's inevitable obstacles is consciously aimed at practicing these virtues, you live with a greater sense of integrity and alignment, which is the core of Stoic eudaimonia, or flourishing. Obstacles aren't bugs, they're features. A life completely free of obstacles might sound appealing in theory, but the Stoics understood it would be a shallow, untested existence. Challenges are not unfortunate bugs in the system of life. They are essential features, designed, metaphorically speaking, to test us, refine us, and help us realize our highest potential. They are the grit that produces the pearl, the fire that tempers the steel. So the next time you hit a roadblock, feel frustrated by a delay, face criticism, or encounter any kind of difficulty, large or small, try this powerful reframe. After acknowledging the initial sting, ask yourself that transformative question. What virtue does this give me the chance to practice? See the obstacle not just as something to be endured, but as fuel for your journey. See the impediment not as the end of the path, but as the path itself, the path to becoming stronger, wiser, and more resilient. This perspective is a vital component of an unbreakable Stoic shield. Part 3. Wielding your shield, Stoicism in action. Chapter 11. Responding versus reacting, the power of the pause, your 30-second breather. We've journeyed through some deep Stoic waters together. We've learned to accept reality, amor fati, even its difficult parts, Chapter 9, and to reframe obstacles not as roadblocks, but as fuel for developing virtue, Chapter 10. We understand, intellectually at least, that our power lies in our chosen response, in acting with wisdom, justice, courage, and temperance, regardless of external circumstances. But theory is one thing, and real life, with its sudden provocations and unexpected pressures, is another. How often does it happen? Someone cuts you off in traffic, and instant rage floods your system. You receive a critical email, and a defensive, angry reply is half-typed before you even realize it. Someone says something thoughtless, and a sharp retort leaps from your lips. You feel overwhelmed by a sudden demand, and you either snap or shut down completely. In these moments, all our philosophical understanding can seem to vanish. We react instantly, automatically, often driven by raw emotion, like anger, fear, or insecurity. And how often do these immediate reactions serve us well? More often than not, they lead to regret, escalated conflicts, damaged relationships, poor decisions, and increased stress. We know we should have responded differently, but in the heat of the moment, it felt like there was no choice, no time to think. This is where one of the most crucial insights, echoed by thinkers from the ancient Stoics to modern psychologists like Viktor Frankl, comes into play. Frankl, a psychiatrist who survived the horrors of concentration camps, famously observed, "Between stimulus and response there is a space. In that space is our power to choose our response. In our response lies our growth and our freedom." That space, that tiny, almost imperceptible gap between what happens to us and how we react to it, is where our true power resides. It's the difference between being a puppet pulled by emotional strings and being a conscious agent choosing your path. The problem is, under stress or provocation, that space seems to collapse. Our reaction feels instantaneous, fused directly to the stimulus. This chapter is about reclaiming that space. It's about learning to consciously insert a buffer, however brief, between trigger and action. It's about mastering the simple yet life-changing power of the pause, understanding our reactive default, the amygdala hijack. Why do we react so quickly and often so poorly? Our brains are wired for survival. When we perceive a threat, whether it's a physical danger or, more commonly today, a social or emotional one, like criticism, rejection, or feeling overwhelmed, a primitive part of our brain called the amygdala can take over. This amygdala hijack triggers the fight, flight, freeze response, flooding our system with stress hormones and effectively short-circuiting the slower, more rational part of our brain, the prefrontal cortex. In this hijacked state, we're not thinking clearly. We're operating on instinct and raw emotion. This leads to common reactive patterns: fighting, lashing out verbally or physically, becoming defensive, arguing aggressively. fleeing, avoiding the situation, withdrawing, shutting down communication, procrastinating on difficult tasks, freezing, feeling paralyzed, unable to think or act, getting stuck in overwhelm. While this system was helpful for escaping saber-toothed tigers, it's often incredibly unhelpful when dealing with a critical email, a disagreement with a partner, or a looming deadline. Reactivity driven by the amygdala rarely leads to constructive outcomes in our complex modern lives. It causes immense collateral damage to our relationships, our careers, our peace of mind, and our self-respect. We end up cleaning up the messes created by our own impulsive reactions. Creating room to breathe. The pause as a conscious choice. The pause is our tool for preventing the amygdala hijack, or at least for mitigating its effects. It's the conscious act of not immediately following the reactive impulse. It's hitting the mental brakes, even just for a second, to allow that crucial space Frankl spoke of to open up. It's vital to understand that pausing is not a sign of weakness, indecision, or apathy. Quite the opposite. It requires and demonstrates self-awareness, noticing the trigger and the urge to react. Self-control, resisting the powerful pull of immediate impulse. Wisdom, recognizing that an immediate reaction is often not the best reaction. Strength, choosing deliberation over raw, uncontrolled emotion. The pause creates just enough time for the initial emotional wave to crest and begin to subside, allowing our prefrontal cortex, our center for reason, judgment, and considering consequences to come back online. It gives us a chance to choose our response rather than simply being the reaction. The 30-second reset. How to practice the pause. This technique is designed to be used in the moment you feel triggered. It can take anywhere from a single second to 30 seconds or even longer, depending on the situation and how much time you need. Step 1. Recognize the trigger and the reactive urge. Be quick. This requires developing mindfulness of your internal state. Learn to recognize the physical and mental signs that you've been triggered. Is your jaw clenching? Is your face flushing? Is your heart pounding? Is there a sudden urge to yell, defend, or run away? The instant you notice this internal shift, that's your cue. Awareness is the first step. Step 2. Insert the pause, the core action, 130 plus seconds. This is where you actively intervene. Before you speak, before you type, before you act on the impulse stop, create a brief gap. Here are several ways to do this. Take one conscious breath. This is often the fastest and most effective method. Inhale slowly, deeply if possible, focusing entirely on the sensation of the air entering your lungs. Exhale slowly, feeling the release. Just one deliberate breath can interrupt the reactive cycle. Silently count. Slowly count to 5, 10, or even 20 in your head. Focus on the numbers. Focus on a physical anchor. Briefly bring your full attention to a neutral physical sensation. The feeling of your feet planted firmly on the floor, the sensation of your hands resting on your lap or desk, the texture of an object you can touch. Use a mental mantra. Silently repeat a short, calming phrase to yourself. Pause, breathe, choose wisely, respond, don't react. Is this helpful? Buy verbal time, if in conversation. If someone is waiting for a response, use stalling tactics gracefully. That's interesting. Let me process that for a moment. Good question. I need a second to think. Or simply take a slow sip of water before replying. The key is to interrupt the immediate stimulus reaction loop, even for a heartbeat. Aiming for a few conscious breaths, perhaps 10 and 30 seconds, often provides enough time for the initial emotional intensity to lessen significantly. Step 3. Consult your inner compass during the pause. Use this brief window not just for delaying, but for deliberating. Quickly ask yourself one or two guiding questions, drawing on these Stoic principles we've learned. What response aligns with my values/virtues here? Wisdom, justice, courage, temperance? What outcome do I actually want in this situation? Will reacting help achieve it? What is truly within my control right now? My words, my actions, my attitude. Is my initial judgment about this situation accurate and fair? Objective perception. What would my best self do? Step 4. Choose your response deliberately. Now, having paused and briefly reflected, choose your response. This chosen response comes from a place of greater awareness and intention. It might still be assertive. It might involve setting a boundary. It might be silence, or it might be a calm explanation. But it will be a response born from that space of freedom, rather than a reaction born from compulsion. The pause in action. Real-life scenarios. Let's see how this works. Scenario: your partner makes a critical comment that feels unfair. Reaction: immediately snap back defensively, list their flaws, escalate into an argument. Pause and respond. Notice the sting. Trigger. Pause, take a breath, count to 5. Ask: is reacting angrily helpful? What response aligns with justice and wisdom? Choose: I feel hurt by that comment. Can you help me understand why you said it? Or, okay, I hear your concern. Let's talk about it calmly. Scenario: you receive an urgent, demanding email from your boss late on a Friday. Reaction: feel instant panic and resentment, fire off a rushed, stressed reply, or ignore it and ruin your weekend worrying. Pause and respond. Notice the anxiety. Trigger. Pause, deep breath, focus on feet on floor. Ask: what is actually required? What's in my control now versus Monday? What's the wise course? Choose. Send a brief, calm acknowledgement. Received: I will review this first thing Monday morning. Or, if truly urgent and feasible, okay, I can allocate 30 minutes to address the most critical part now. Scenario: someone cuts you off dangerously in traffic. Reaction: lean on the horn, yell obscenities, even if they can't hear. Feel rage boiling. Drive aggressively yourself. Pause and respond. Notice the adrenaline surge. Trigger. Pause, grip steering wheel, breathe. Ask: will my anger change what happened? What's the safest, most temperate response? Choose. Slow down slightly. Create distance. Focus on your own safe driving. Maybe practice amor fati. Okay, that happened. It's outside my control. My safety is in my control. Scenario: feeling overwhelmed by a huge task list. Reaction: panic, freeze, procrastinate by scrolling online. Feel helpless. Pause and respond. Notice the feeling of overwhelm. Trigger. Pause, box breathing for 30 seconds. Ask: what is the single smallest step I can take right now? What's in my control? Choose. Pick one small item, break it down further if needed, and start working on just that for 15 minutes. The ripple effect of choosing response over reaction. Mastering the pause isn't just about avoiding isolated incidents of regret. It has a profound cascading effect on your entire life. You prevent regret. You dramatically reduce the number of times you say or do things you wish you could take back. You maintain composure. You gain a reputation for being level-headed, calm under pressure, and thoughtful. You de-escalate conflict. Your calm response often diffuses tension rather than inflaming it, leading to more constructive interactions. You make better decisions. Giving your rational brain time to work leads to more considered, effective choices. You build stronger relationships. People trust and respect those who respond thoughtfully rather than reacting defensively or aggressively. You lower your stress levels, avoiding unnecessary drama, conflict, and the internal churn of regret significantly reduces your overall stress burden. You cultivate self-respect. Each time you successfully pause and choose a response aligned with your values, you build confidence in your ability to manage yourself and navigate life effectively. Make the pause your ally. Reactivity is a powerful habit. It won't disappear overnight. Building the habit of pausing requires conscious intention and consistent practice. Start small. Practice pausing before answering a simple question. Pause before clicking send on any important email. Pause before reacting to a minor annoyance. Identify your common triggers, the situations or types of comments that usually set you off, and make a specific plan to pause the next time they occur. Think of it as strengthening your pause muscle. Every time you consciously insert that space between stimulus and response, the muscle gets stronger, making it easier to do next time. The pause is your gateway to freedom. Freedom from impulsive regret. Freedom from emotional hijacking. Freedom to choose the person you want to be in any given moment. It is simple, always available, and utterly transformative. Embrace the pause not as an empty delay, but as a potent act of self-mastery, a critical reinforcement for your Stoic shield. Can you commit to practicing it just once today? Chapter 12. The View from Above. Shrinking Problems with Cosmic Perspective. How often does it happen? You encounter a problem, a looming deadline, a conflict with a colleague, a financial worry, a health concern, and suddenly it feels enormous. It fills your entire mental landscape, crowding out everything else. Your world shrinks, your focus narrows, and this one difficulty seems like the most important, most consuming thing in the universe. Stress and anxiety thrive in this kind of tunnel vision. When we're zoomed in too close, problems inevitably look bigger, more threatening, and more permanent than they often are. We've learned valuable techniques so far for managing our internal state, focusing on control, examining judgments, pausing before reacting. But sometimes, what we need most is a fundamental shift in perspective. We need a way to mentally step back, to see our immediate concerns within a much larger context, to regain a sense of proportion. The Stoics, masters of mental reframing, employed a powerful visualization technique precisely for this purpose. Often called the view from above, or sometimes Plato's view, as it likely predates the Stoics, this exercise involves imaginatively looking down upon human affairs, including your own life and problems, from a great height. Marcus Aurelius, navigating the immense pressures of ruling the Roman Empire, frequently prescribed this mental maneuver to himself in his Meditations as an antidote to stress, ego, and overwhelm. It's like mentally climbing a high mountain or launching yourself into orbit to gain altitude on your worries. Why changing your altitude changes your attitude? Our perception of size and significance is entirely relative. An anthill that seems like a mountain to an ant is utterly insignificant to a bird flying overhead. A work crisis that feels all-consuming at 3 p.m. on a Tuesday might seem trivial when looked back upon 5 years later. The view from above leverages this principle deliberately. By consciously shifting our mental vantage point, we alter our perception of our problem's magnitude. Stress and anxiety naturally trigger a kind of cognitive narrowing. Our brain focuses intently on the perceived threat, filtering out the bigger picture. This might be helpful if the threat is immediate and physical, but it's counterproductive when dealing with most modern stressors. The view from above acts as a direct countermeasure to this tunnel vision. It forces our minds to zoom out, re-engaging our capacity to see context, proportion, and the wider world beyond our immediate troubles. Taking flight. the view from above visualization. This exercise is best done when you feel overwhelmed by a specific problem, stuck in self-pity, overly concerned with your reputation or ego, or simply when things feel out of proportion. While finding a quiet minute helps, the beauty of this technique is that it can be done mentally anywhere, anytime, once you get the hang of it. Aim for about 60 seconds, though you can adjust the timing. Step 1. Ground yourself in the present, approximately 5 seconds. Start where you are. Briefly acknowledge your physical location, sitting in your chair, standing in line, etc., and the specific problem or feeling that's currently occupying your mind. Just notice it without judgment. Step 2. Begin the ascent local level, approx. 10 seconds. Now, imagine your awareness gently floating upwards, like a drone rising silently. Look down and see yourself small in the room or space you occupy. See the furniture, the walls, the building. Continue rising, seeing the street outside, the neighboring houses or buildings, the tiny figures of people walking below. Notice the immediate environment surrounding you. How does your specific worry feel when viewed as just one small part of the scene? Step 3. Gain more altitude, city regional level, approx. In 10 seconds. Keep rising higher. See your entire neighborhood. Then your town or city spread out beneath you like a map. See the patterns of streets, parks, rivers. See the thousands of buildings, the tiny cars moving along roads. Recognize your own dwelling or workplace as just one minuscule point in this larger urban tapestry. Consider all the lives being lived down there right now, countless people experiencing their own joys, sorrows, dramas, and routines. Place your current problem within the context of this vast, bustling human activity. Step 4. Achieve orbit. Global level, approximately 15 to ascend rapidly now, leaving the atmosphere behind. Look back and see the curve of the Earth. See continents and oceans taking shape, swirling patterns of clouds. See the thin, fragile layer of the atmosphere. Continue outward until you see the entire planet Earth, suspended in the blackness of space, a beautiful, vibrant sphere of blue, white, and green. Reflect for a moment on the nearly 8 billion human beings sharing this single, fragile home, each with their own complex life, their own struggles and triumphs. See all of human history, all the wars and empires and discoveries having played out on this one small stage. From this vantage point, how significant does the issue currently consuming your attention feel? Step 5. Journey outward cosmic level, approx. Of 15 seconds. Allow your perspective to drift even further. See the Earth shrink to the size of a marble, then a pinpoint of light. See the moon, our constant companion. See the other planets of our solar system orbiting the fiery sun. Travel further still until the sun itself becomes just one ordinary star among the billions swirling within our Milky Way galaxy. Expand your view even more, taking in the staggering immensity of the universe, countless other galaxies, nebulae like cosmic clouds, vast stretches of seemingly empty space, all operating under immense timescales of billions of years. Float for a moment in this silent, awe-inspiring vastness. Contemplate the sheer scale of space and time. Step 6. Gentle return, approx. 5 seconds. Now, slowly, gently, begin your return journey. Bring your awareness back through the cosmos, past the galaxies, into our Milky Way, towards our sun, our solar system. See the Earth grow larger again. Approach the blue planet. See your continent, your country, your city. Descend through the atmosphere, back to your neighborhood, your building, your room. Settle back into your physical body, feeling your feet on the floor, your breath in your lungs. You're back, here and now. but try to retain some echo of that vast perspective you just experienced. The altitude adjustment. Benefits of the cosmic zoom out. Practicing this visualization regularly, even for just a minute, can have profound effects on your mindset and emotional state. It shrinks problems down to size. This is the most immediate effect. When you view your daily anxieties, a looming deadline, an awkward conversation, a financial worry against the backdrop of the entire planet, let alone the cosmos, they naturally lose much of their perceived weight and urgency. It's not that they disappear, but their relative importance shrinks dramatically, making them feel far less overwhelming. It curbs the ego. Seeing ourselves as tiny inhabitants of a small planet orbiting an average star in a vast universe is a powerful antidote to excessive self-importance, vanity, or ego-driven concerns. Worries about personal slights, reputation, or whether someone likes us tend to seem rather insignificant when viewed from orbit. It fosters a healthy dose of humility. It cultivates connection, Stoic cosmopolitanism. Looking down on the whole earth reminds us that we are citizens of the world, cosmopolites in Greek. We share this planet with billions of other humans, all facing the fundamental challenges of life. Birth, growth, relationships, work, illness, loss, death. This perspective dissolves feelings of isolation and fosters empathy, reminding us that our struggles are part of the shared human condition. It highlights universal patterns. As Marcus Aurelius noted, from this high vantage point, human affairs can seem remarkably repetitive, the same ambitions, fears, loves, and conflicts, playing out generation after generation. Recognizing these patterns can make our own problems feel less unique, less personal, and more like variations on timeless human themes, which somehow makes them easier to bear. It promotes calm detachment. The act of mentally zooming out creates psychological distance between you, the observer, and your immediate problem or emotional state. This detachment allows for a calmer, more objective assessment, preventing you from getting completely swept away by the emotion of the moment, linking back to Chapter 7 and 11. It can inspire awe. Contemplating the sheer scale, complexity, and mystery of the universe often evokes a sense of awe. Psychological research suggests that experiencing awe can decrease focus on the self, increase feelings of connection, and promote overall well-being. It's hard to stay stressed about minor inconveniences when contemplating nebulae, bringing the view down to earth. You don't need to reserve this technique only for major life crises. Its real power often lies in applying it to the everyday frustrations that contribute to our background stress levels. Stuck in traffic? Zoom out. See your car as one among thousands, part of a complex system. See the whole city. Annoyed by a colleague's minor habit? Zoom out. Consider it in the context of their whole life, your whole working relationship, the entire company, the billions of people on Earth. Does it still warrant intense frustration? Worried about an upcoming social event? Zoom out. See the event as one small gathering among countless others happening tonight. See yourself as one person among many. How much does one potentially awkward moment truly matter in the grand scheme? Frustrated by a technological glitch? Zoom out. Contemplate the incredible complexity of the technology, the vastness of the internet, the history of human invention. Is this temporary glitch really a catastrophe? Think of the view from above as adjusting the zoom lens on your mental camera. Sometimes we need to zoom in to focus on details and take action. But often, especially when feeling stressed or overwhelmed, we desperately need to zoom out to regain perspective. This practice isn't about escapism or minimizing genuine suffering. It's about contextualizing our experience. It's about preventing our immediate problems from hijacking our entire reality. By taking 60 seconds to gain altitude, we can return to the ground level where we must still live and act with greater calm, humility, wisdom, and a much clearer view of what truly matters. This cosmic perspective is an invaluable addition to your Stoic shield, always available, requiring only a minute of your imagination. Why not take that minute right now? Chapter 13. Memento Mori. Living fully by remembering death. In our quest to build resilience and find calm amidst the chaos of modern life, we've explored tools that help us manage our thoughts, emotions, and reactions in the present moment. We've learned to focus on what we control, challenge our judgments, pause before reacting, and even gain perspective by taking the view from above, seeing our troubles against the vast backdrop of space. Now we turn to another perspective-shifting tool, one that might initially seem jarring, even morbid, in our death-avoidant culture. Memento mori, Latin for remember you must die. This ancient practice involves consciously contemplating the reality of our own mortality. Hold on before you recoil, thinking this is about dwelling on darkness or becoming obsessed with the macabre. Understand that the Stoic intention behind memento mori is precisely the opposite. It's not about fearing death. It's about using the awareness of death to live a better, fuller, more meaningful, and ultimately less anxious life right now. Our modern society often treats death as a taboo subject, something to be ignored, denied, or sanitized. We strive for perpetual youth, distract ourselves with endless entertainment, and act as if we have infinite time. But the Stoics, ever the realists, saw this denial as foolish and counterproductive. They understood that ignoring the inevitable endpoint doesn't make it go away. It simply allows us to live less consciously, less urgently, and often less virtuously. By contrast, gently but regularly remembering our finitude can act as a powerful clarifying lens, cutting through trivialities and illuminating what truly matters. As Marcus Aurelius starkly reminded himself, you could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do and say and think. Seneca echoed this sentiment. Let us prepare our minds as if we'd come to the very end of life. Let us postpone nothing. Let us balance life's books each day. The one who puts the finishing touches on their life each day is never short of time. This isn't about inducing panic. It's about injecting purpose and presence into the time we do have. Why remembering death helps us live better. How can contemplating something seemingly so negative lead to a more positive and less stressful life? The benefits are numerous and profound. 1. It radically clarifies priorities. When you hold the awareness of your limited time, however abstractly, it forces you to confront the question, am I spending my precious, finite moments on what truly matters? Suddenly, chasing fleeting status symbols, holding on to petty grudges, worrying excessively about others' opinions, or procrastinating on meaningful goals seems like a terrible waste. Memento mori acts like a filter, helping you distinguish between the essential and the trivial. It prompts you to invest your energy in things aligned with your deepest values, perhaps meaningful work, nurturing relationships, personal growth, or contributing to something larger than yourself. Are you arguing over something insignificant? Memento mori. Are you delaying telling someone you love them? Memento mori. Are you putting off that creative project out of fear? Memento mori. The reminder cuts through the noise. 2. It creates healthy urgency. The illusion of infinite time is the enemy of action. We tell ourselves someday, later, when things calm down. Memento mori gently reminds us that later is not guaranteed. It isn't meant to create frantic anxiety, but rather a focused urgency to live well today. It encourages us, to stop postponing important conversations, acts of kindness, expressions of gratitude, or steps towards our goals. It motivates us to balance life's books each day, as Seneca suggested, by living intentionally now. 3. It shrinks trivial fears and annoyances. Think about the things that typically cause you stress or anxiety on a daily basis: traffic jams, minor criticisms, social awkwardness, small financial worries, technological glitches. Now hold those concerns up against the backdrop of your mortality. Ask yourself honestly, on the scale of my entire life, how much does this truly matter? Will I be thinking about this on my deathbed? More often than not, the answer is a clear no. This perspective instantly diminishes the power of these everyday stressors. They don't disappear, but their perceived importance plummets. You gain the freedom to let go of sweating the small stuff because you're focused on the bigger picture, living a good life in the time you have. 4. It deepens appreciation for the present. Paradoxically, contemplating the end makes the present moment shine brighter. When you remember that each day, each hour, each breath is a finite gift, not a guarantee, you're more likely to savor it. You become more attuned to simple joys: the warmth of the sun, the taste of food, the presence of loved ones, the ability to think and learn. Memento mori combats the tendency to sleepwalk through life, encouraging us to be more present and grateful for the experience of being alive right now, powerfully connecting to the mindfulness practices in Chapter 8. 5. It can reduce the fear of death itself. While it seems counterintuitive, regularly contemplating death as a natural, inevitable part of the life cycle can actually lessen its power as a source of existential dread. The Stoics viewed death not as inherently evil, but as a neutral event, an indifferent, part of the natural order. By familiarizing the mind with this reality, by stripping away the cultural layers of fear and denial, we can approach the idea with greater calm and acceptance. The focus shifts from fearing the inevitable end to living well until that end arrives. As Montaigne later wrote, "He who has learned how to die has unlearned how to be a slave." Freedom from the ultimate fear grants freedom in life. Practicing memento mori without being morbid. Okay, so how do we incorporate this powerful reminder into our lives without becoming gloomy or fixated? The key is subtlety and regularity, not constant immersion. It's about brief, gentle nudges, not prolonged, morbid contemplation. Here are some practical ways. Integrate into daily routines. Chapter 5. Morning. As part of your 3-minute armor, add a brief thought. Today is a new day, and it's not guaranteed. I will strive to live it well, according to my values. Evening. During your 2-minute reflection, consider, if today were my last, would I be content with how I spent my time and how I treated others? What can I learn for tomorrow? Use physical reminders. Choose what resonates. A simple object. Place something on your desk or carry something in your pocket that symbolizes impermanence for you. Historically, some use skulls, but it could be anything: a smooth stone, a watch reminding you of time's passage, a specific photograph, a dried leaf. It just needs to act as a subtle visual cue. Calendar/time. Consciously notice the date changing or the clock ticking, not with anxiety, but with awareness. Another day has passed. Am I using my time wisely? Employ mental cues throughout the day. When making choices, ask, in the grand scheme, which option aligns better with the kind of life I want to have lived? When facing minor stressors, ask the deathbed question, will this truly matter in the end? During moments of joy or connection, consciously appreciate it. This moment is precious and fleeting. I will savor it. Observing nature. Notice the cycles of growth, decay, and renewal around you, leaves falling, seasons changing as natural reflections of impermanence. Engage with art and literature. Many great works of art, poetry, and philosophy explore themes of mortality. Engaging with these can provide perspective and normalize the conversation with yourself. Navigating discomfort. It's natural if this practice feels uncomfortable at first. Our culture conditions us to avoid these thoughts. You might feel sadness, a flicker of fear, or resistance. Be gentle with yourself. Start small. Begin with brief moments of reflection, perhaps focusing initially on the gratitude aspect, appreciating the present because it's finite. Focus on life. Remember, the goal isn't to dwell on dying, but to inspire living. Frame the reminder positively. Because time is limited, I will live more fully / kindly / bravely now. It's not about prediction. This isn't about trying to guess when you'll die. It's about acknowledging the fact of mortality to enhance the quality of your present life. The ultimate motivator memento. Mori is perhaps the ultimate motivator for putting all the other Stoic principles into practice with consistency and sincerity. Why bother managing your judgments, focusing on your control, practicing virtue, or pausing before reacting? Because your time to do so is limited. Every moment presents a choice, to live according to your values, or to waste precious time on trivialities, reactivity, and unnecessary distress. Living with an awareness of mortality doesn't mean living in fear. It means living with purpose, presence, and appreciation. It means understanding the incredible value of each day and striving to use it well. It cuts through the noise and clarifies what matters and motivates us to be the best version of ourselves right here, right now. Because now is the only time we can be certain we have. This profound awareness, this gentle remembrance of our finitude, doesn't weaken our Stoic shield. It imbues it with a deeper sense of meaning and urgency. It reminds us why we are building it in the first place, to live a good, resilient, and flourishing life within the precious time allotted to us. Try incorporating a small memento mori reflection into your day. Notice how it sharpens your focus and deepens your gratitude for the simple, profound gift of being alive. Chapter 14. The Stoic Journal, your 5-minute mental clarity tool. We've journeyed through a landscape of powerful Stoic ideas designed to fortify our inner selves against the stresses of life. We've learned to focus on our sphere of control, manage our judgments, embrace reality, see obstacles as fuel, pause before reacting, and gain perspective through both cosmic distance and the awareness of our finite time. These concepts provide the blueprints for our Stoic shield. But like any skill, simply understanding the theory isn't enough. True mastery comes through consistent practice and, crucially, through reflection. How do we ensure we're actually integrating these principles into our daily lives? How do we track our progress, learn from our mistakes, and consciously refine our responses over time? This is where the practice of Stoic journaling comes in. Forget any preconceived notions you might have about keeping a diary filled with teenage angst or mundane daily happenings. Stoic journaling is something different. It's a focused, philosophical exercise, a structured conversation with yourself, guided by the principles we've been exploring. It's a tool for self-examination, accountability, and accelerating your growth in resilience and wisdom. Think of it as the dedicated workshop where you analyze your performance, fine-tune your shield, and prepare for future challenges. The tradition runs deep. Marcus Aurelius's Meditations, one of the most profound Stoic texts we have, began as his private journal notes written to himself to clarify his thoughts, reinforce his principles, and guide his actions as emperor. He wasn't writing for publication. He was engaging in a rigorous practice of self-improvement. Seneca also strongly advocated for reviewing one's day each evening, examining actions and judgments. Why put pen to paper or fingers to keyboard? The Stoic case for journaling. Why add journaling to our toolkit? Why not just think about these things? The act of writing, even briefly, offers unique benefits. 1. Deepen self-awareness. Know thyself. The ancient maxim, know thyself, is central to Stoicism. Journaling provides a concrete way to observe your own mind in action. By writing down your reactions, judgments, and emotions related to specific events, you start to see patterns you might otherwise miss. You become more aware of your triggers, your habitual thought processes, especially those faulty judgments we discussed in Chapter 4, and the gap between your intentions and your actual behavior. 2. Reinforces Stoic principles, actively writing about how you applied or failed to apply. The dichotomy of control, objective perception, amor fati, or the pause technique, moves these concepts from abstract ideas in your head to tangible experiences you've analyzed. It strengthens the neural pathways associated with this way of thinking, making the principles more readily available in real-time situations. 3. Facilitates learning and improvement. The evening review, a core part of Stoic journaling, allows you to learn from both successes and failures. By identifying where you responded well, according to Stoic virtues, you reinforce that behavior. By identifying where you fell short, reacted impulsively, made a poor judgment, you can analyze why and consciously plan how to handle a similar situation better next time. It turns every day into a learning opportunity. 4. Provides structured emotional processing. While Stoic journaling isn't simply about venting raw emotion, the process of writing about difficult events and, crucially, examining the judgments attached to them can provide significant emotional release and clarity. It allows you to process feelings within a constructive framework rather than letting them fester or explode. 5. Enhances problem solving. Sometimes just the act of writing down a problem or dilemma and then analyzing it through a Stoic lens. What aspects are in my control? What virtues are required? What would be the wise course of action? Can illuminate solutions or paths forward that weren't apparent when the thoughts were just swirling in your head. 6. Increases accountability. Writing down your intentions, perhaps recalling your morning intention, and then reviewing your actions against them, creates a gentle but firm sense of accountability to yourself and your chosen values. It makes it harder to simply drift through life without self-reflection. 7. Tracks progress over time. Looking back over journal entries from weeks or months ago can be incredibly motivating. You can tangibly see how your responses have changed, how you're handling situations better, and how far you've come in building your resilience. This provides encouragement to keep practicing. But I don't have time, know what to write, hate journaling. Many people resist the idea of journaling due to perceived barriers. I'm too busy. This is precisely why the Stoic approach emphasizes brevity. We're talking about 5 minutes, max. Can you truly not find 5 minutes for essential mental maintenance? Think memento mori, how precious is that time? I stare at the blank page and don't know what to write. Stoic journaling isn't about free-form rambling. It uses specific guiding prompts, which we'll provide below, to structure your reflection. It feels self-absorbed or pointless. Frame it differently. This isn't navel-gazing. It's targeted self-improvement, aimed at becoming calmer, wiser, and more resilient, benefiting not just you, but everyone you interact with. It's like an athlete reviewing game tape to improve performance. My handwriting is awful. I prefer digital. Absolutely fine. Use whatever medium works for you, a simple notebook, a document on your computer, a notes app on your phone. The medium doesn't matter. The reflective process does. What if someone reads it? This journal is for you. Find a place or method that feels secure. If privacy is a major concern, you can even choose to destroy the entries after writing them, though reviewing them later has benefits. The primary value is in the act of reflection and writing itself. The 5-minute Stoic journal, your daily clarity template. This template is designed to be completed quickly, ideally as part of your evening reflection routine. Chapter 5. It guides you through reviewing your day using the Stoic principles we've learned. Setting: find 5 quiet minutes. Grab your notebook, device. Take a calming breath. Prompt 1. Objective event review, approx 1 minute. Question: what were 3 significant events or interactions today, especially any that felt challenging or emotionally charged? How? Describe briefly and factually. Use objective perception. Chapter 7. Stick to what actually happened, avoiding emotional labels or interpretations for now. Example: received email with unexpected criticism of report. Traffic was significantly delayed on commute home. Had conversation with child about incomplete homework. Prompt 2. Analyze judgments and reactions. Approximate 2 minutes. Question: for those events, what were my initial judgments, thoughts? What emotions arose? How did I actually react, internally and externally? How? Now dig a little deeper for each event. What story did your inner narrator tell? Chapter 7. What automatic judgments popped up? Chapter 4. Were they accurate? Helpful? Did you remember the Dichotomy of Control? Chapter 3. Did you pause before reacting? Chapter 11. What strong emotions did you feel? What did you actually say or do? Be honest but non-judgmental in your observation. Example: email criticism. Judgment: this is unfair, they don't appreciate my hard work. Personalization: possible inaccuracy. Emotion: anger, defensiveness, anxiety. Reaction: felt heart race. Immediately started drafting a defensive reply in my head. Didn't pause effectively. Example: traffic delay. Judgment: this is ruining my evening. Why is it always like this? Catastrophizing: always exaggeration, fighting reality. Emotion: intense frustration, impatience. Reaction: grip steering wheel tightly, complain out loud, felt stressed and tense arriving home. Didn't apply Stoic or amor fati. Example: homework convo. Judgment: they are being lazy, disrespectful. Possible mind-reading judgment. Emotion: annoyance, worry about their future. Reaction: pause briefly, spoke firmly but tried to stay calm. Explained consequences, listened to their perspective, partially. Prompt 3. Assess virtue and values, approx 1 minute. Question: did my responses align with my values or my morning intention? Where did I succeed in practicing virtue, wisdom, justice, courage, temperance? Where did I fall short? How? Evaluate your actions and reactions against your own ethical compass and Stoic ideals. Acknowledge where you managed to respond well. Give yourself credit. Note where you missed the mark, seeing it as data for improvement, not failure. Example: email criticism. Fell short on temperance, didn't manage anger well, and wisdom, didn't evaluate feedback objectively at first. Need improvement here. Example: in traffic delay. Fell way short on patience and temperance. Didn't practice acceptance, amor fati, at all. Example: homework convo. Partially succeeded with temperance, stayed mostly calm, and justice, explained consequences fairly. Could improve on wisdom, fully understanding their obstacle. Prompt 4. Learn and plan for tomorrow, approx. 1 minute. Question: what is one key lesson from today? What specific adjustment will I try to make, or which principle will I focus on applying better tomorrow? How? Distill your reflections into one actionable takeaway. Make it concrete and forward-looking. Example: email criticism. Lesson: knee-jerk defensiveness clouds judgment. Tomorrow's focus: if criticized, practice the 30-second pause, Chapter 11, before forming a response. Example: traffic delay. Lesson: fighting traffic mentally only increases stress. Tomorrow's focus: during commute, consciously apply DOC and maybe use the time for something constructive, podcast, mindful breathing. Example: homework convo. Lesson: seek understanding before assuming motive. Tomorrow's focus: practice asking more open-ended questions in difficult conversations. Keep it simple, keep it consistent. That's it. 5 minutes to review, analyze, learn, and plan through a Stoic lens. The power isn't in writing lengthy essays, it's in the consistency of this brief, structured reflection. Bullet points, sentence fragments, whatever gets the core thoughts down quickly is perfect. Don't treat this journal as another chore to feel guilty about if you miss a day. See it as a valuable tool, a mental whetstone for sharpening your Stoic skills. It's your private space to wrestle with challenges, celebrate small victories in virtue, and consciously guide your own development. By dedicating just 5 minutes each evening to this practice, you actively reinforce your Stoic shield, gain invaluable self-knowledge, and accelerate your journey towards greater resilience, clarity, and inner peace. Why not start tonight? Chapter 15. Living with Virtue. Your ultimate stress reducer. Throughout this journey, we've been assembling the components of our Stoic shield learning to distinguish control, manage judgments, embrace reality, see obstacles as fuel, pause before reacting, gain perspective, remember our mortality, and reflect through journaling. These are powerful tools for navigating the stresses of modern life. But why do we employ these tools? What is the ultimate goal we're striving for? Is it just about feeling less stressed, less anxious? While reducing stress is a welcome outcome, the Stoics aimed for something far deeper, something they called eudaimonia. This ancient Greek term is often translated as happiness, but that word can be misleading in our modern context. We tend to associate happiness with fleeting pleasure, positive feelings, or the achievement of external goals, a good job, a nice house, a happy relationship. For the Stoics, however, eudaimonia was something much more profound and stable. Think of it less as happiness and more as human flourishing, living well, fulfilling one's potential as a rational and social being, or achieving excellence of character. It's a state of deep well-being and inner peace that comes not from what happens to us, but from who we choose to be in response to what happens, and how do we achieve this state. The Stoic answer is clear and unwavering: by living a life of virtue. This chapter explores why focusing on virtue on our own character is not just a moral aspiration, but is, in fact, the most powerful and reliable stress reducer available to us, forming the unshakable core of our Stoic shield. The 4 pillars of a good character. When the Stoics talked about virtue, they weren't referring to rigid piousness or outdated social norms. They identified 4 interconnected cardinal virtues that represent the practical application of reason and wisdom to human life. These are the pillars upon which a flourishing life, eudaimonia, is built. 1. Wisdom, Sophia Prudence. This is the master virtue, the ability to see things clearly and make sound judgments. It's about understanding the world accurately, knowing what is truly good, virtue itself, bad, vice, and indifferent, everything else, including health, wealth, pain, etc. It involves applying the dichotomy of control correctly, perceiving events objectively, Chapter 7, learning from experience, thinking logically, and choosing appropriate actions. In practice, recognizing what you can and cannot control in a stressful situation. Pausing to think before reacting, Chapter 11. Learning from a mistake instead of just feeling bad about it. Seeking reliable information before making a decision. Understanding another person's perspective even if you disagree. 2. Justice, Dichotomy. This encompasses fairness, honesty, kindness, integrity, and treating others appropriately, recognizing our shared humanity, and fulfilling our social duties. It extends from our interactions with individuals to our role in our family, community, and the world, Stoic cosmopolitanism. It also includes fairness towards oneself, self-compassion within reason. In practice, keeping your promises, telling the truth even when difficult, acting fairly in disagreements, considering the impact of your actions on others, helping others when appropriate, setting fair boundaries respectfully, apologizing sincerely when wrong, not engaging in gossip or slander. 3. Courage, Andrea. This isn't the absence of fear, but the ability to act rightly and face difficulty despite fear, pain, or discomfort. It involves resilience, perseverance, standing by your principles, and enduring hardship with fortitude. In practice, having that necessary but uncomfortable conversation, speaking up for what's right, even if unpopular, persevering on a challenging project despite setbacks, Chapter 10. Facing illness or loss with inner strength, admitting when you're wrong, which takes courage, setting boundaries even if it risks disapproval. 4. Temperance, Sophrosyne, self-discipline. This is the virtue of moderation, balance, and self-control. It involves managing our desires, emotions, and impulses effectively, avoiding harmful excesses, and maintaining inner equilibrium. In practice, managing anger or frustration constructively. Chapter 11. Resisting impulsive purchases or actions, eating and drinking moderately, avoiding procrastination, maintaining healthy habits even when stressed, speaking calmly under pressure, knowing when enough is enough. These 4 virtues aren't separate compartments. They are interwoven aspects of a single, unified good character. Acting wisely often requires courage. Acting justly requires wisdom. Acting with temperance often requires courage against temptation. The goal is to cultivate all of them in harmony. The internal scorecard. Your source of unshakable worth. Here's where the connection to stress reduction becomes crystal clear. Think about the primary sources of anxiety in modern life. So much of it stems from seeking external validation. We worry constantly about what other people think of us, reputation, achieving specific outcomes, career success, financial targets, relationship status, gaining approval, praise, or status symbols, avoiding failure or criticism in the eyes of others. The problem, as the Stoics relentlessly pointed out, is that all of these things are largely outside our direct control. They fall into the category of indifference. Tying our self-worth and peace of mind to things we don't fully control is like building our house on shifting sand. It guarantees instability and anxiety. We become dependent on fickle external factors for our sense of well-being. The Stoic solution is revolutionary. Shift your focus from the external scorecard of outcomes and approval to the internal scorecard of virtue. Instead of asking, did I succeed? Did they like me? Did I get the promotion? Am I rich/famous/popular enough? Ask yourself, did I act wisely in that situation? Did I treat others justly and fairly? Did I face that challenge with courage? Did I practice self-control and moderation. This internal scorecard is based entirely on factors within your control, your intentions, your judgments, your choices, your actions. Whether you succeeded or failed in the world's eyes becomes secondary. Whether you received praise or criticism becomes less important. The real measure of success, the true source of eudaimonia, lies in knowing that you strove to act virtuously, that you aimed to be the best person you could be in that situation. This shift is profoundly liberating. Your self-worth is no longer hostage to fortune or the opinions of others. It becomes anchored in the bedrock of your own character. Failure becomes less terrifying, because even if you fail externally, you can still succeed internally by handling the failure with courage, wisdom, and a commitment to learn from it. Criticism stings less because your validation comes from within, from knowing you acted with integrity, not from needing everyone to approve. The quick virtue check-in. Your moral compass. How do we keep this focus on virtue alive throughout the day? By incorporating a quick mental check-in, especially when facing choices, dilemmas, or difficult moments. Simply ask yourself, what would the virtuous response be here? Which action aligns with wisdom, justice, courage, temperance? Is this choice consistent with the kind of person I aspire to be? This doesn't need to be a lengthy philosophical debate. It's a quick consultation with your inner moral compass before you act or react. Tempted to cut corners on a task? Check in. What does justice, honesty, diligence require? Feeling angry in a disagreement? Check in. What would wisdom and temperance guide me to do or say? Afraid to speak up about an important issue? Check in. What does courage demand here? Deciding how to spend your free time? Check in. What choice aligns best with living purposefully? Wisdom, temperance. This simple habit helps ensure your actions are driven by conscious values rather than just impulse, habit, or external pressures. How living virtuously dismantles stress. Making a virtue. Your primary goal fundamentally changes your relationship with stress and anxiety. It provides unshakable stability. In a world where external circumstances are constantly changing and often chaotic, your commitment to cultivating virtue provides a stable inner core. Health, wealth, and reputation can fluctuate wildly, but your character, if you tend to it, remains your own. It simplifies decision-making. When your goal is to act virtuously, complex situations often become clearer. The virtues provide guiding principles that help cut through confusion and anxiety about choosing the right path. The right path is the virtuous path. It detaches you from outcomes. By focusing on the quality of your actions, controllable, rather than the results, uncontrollable, you significantly reduce anxiety about success or failure. You do your best according to virtue and then accept the outcome with equanimity, amor fati. It prevents future regret. Actions driven by virtue are far less likely to lead to the kind of regret that gnaws at our peace of mind. Impulsive, fearful, greedy, or unjust actions often create future stress. Virtuous actions tend to build a clear conscience. It builds authentic self-respect. True, lasting self-worth doesn't come from external achievements. It comes from knowing you are striving to live with integrity. This inner validation is a powerful antidote to the anxiety of feeling inadequate or needing constant external approval. It naturally improves relationships. Acting with justice, wisdom, patience, and kindness inevitably leads to healthier, more harmonious relationships, reducing a huge potential source of daily stress and conflict. A lifelong pursuit, not instant perfection. It's crucial to remember that living virtuously is a lifelong practice, not a state of perfection you suddenly achieve. You will fall short. You will make mistakes. You will act out of fear or anger sometimes. The Stoic path isn't about becoming a flawless sage overnight. It's about the consistent effort to learn, grow, and align your actions more closely with your values each day. This is where the Stoic Journal, Chapter 14, becomes so vital. It's where you honestly assess your efforts, learn from your lapses without harsh self-condemnation, applying justice and wisdom to yourself, and recommit to the practice. The goal is progress, not perfection, the true core of your shield. Ultimately, the pursuit of virtue is the beating heart of Stoicism and the deepest layer of your Stoic shield. While the techniques for managing thoughts and emotions are essential, they find their ultimate purpose and power when directed towards the goal of living a good, principled life. By shifting your focus from the turbulent sea of external events and opinions to the solid ground of your own character, you build a foundation for inner peace and resilience that circumstances cannot easily shake. Start today. Begin consciously considering the virtues in your choices. Use the quick check-in. Am I acting virtuously right now? Recognize that every moment, every interaction, every challenge is an opportunity to practice being the person you truly want to be. This commitment, more than anything else, is your path to eudaimonia, your ultimate stress reducer, and the enduring strength of your Stoic shield. Part 4. Reinforcing your defenses, lifelong resilience. Chapter 16. The shield at work. Navigating professional pressure. For many of us, a significant portion of our waking hours, mental energy, and consequently our stress, revolves around work. Whether you're in an office, working remotely, running your own business, or engaged in any form of professional life, the pressures can feel immense and relentless. Tight deadlines, demanding bosses, difficult colleagues, challenging projects, performance reviews, office politics, fear of mistakes, email overload, the blurring lines between work and home life. The list of potential stressors is long and familiar. It can often feel like our professional lives are a battleground where our inner peace is constantly under siege. We might find ourselves feeling anxious on Sunday evenings, dreading the week ahead. We might react impulsively to frustrating emails, get drawn into unproductive conflicts, feel overwhelmed by our workload, or tie our self-worth entirely to our latest success or failure. But what if it didn't have to be this way? What if the Stoic shield we've been carefully constructing built upon? Understanding control, managing judgments, embracing reality, focusing on virtue, pausing before reacting, gaining perspective, and reflecting on our actions could be deployed just as effectively between the hours of 9 to 5 or whenever your workday happens. The good news is, it absolutely can. The principles are universal, and the workplace provides a rich, if challenging, training ground for putting them into practice. This chapter is about specifically applying our Stoic toolkit to navigate the unique pressures of professional life, helping you maintain composure, act with integrity, reduce unnecessary stress, and even find a greater sense of purpose and fulfillment in your work. Your desk, your dojo. Applying core principles. Let's revisit some core Stoic ideas and see how they directly apply to common work scenarios. 1. The Dichotomy of Control, your workplace reality check. This is arguably the most crucial principle for workplace sanity. So much professional stress comes from trying to control things that are fundamentally outside our influence. Applying the Dioc rigorously here is liberating. Not in your control. Your boss's mood, personality, or final decisions, your colleagues' opinions, actions, or work ethic, client reactions or demands beyond your professional influence. Company-wide reorganizations or market shifts. Project outcomes entirely. You control effort, not all variables. Whether you get a specific promotion, you control performance. Application, not the final choice. Urgent requests, landing on your desk. In your control. The quality and effort you put into your own work. Your attitude and professionalism. How you manage your time and prioritize tasks. Your communication, clarity, tone, frequency. How you respond to emails, feedback, or criticism. Your ethical choices and integrity. Your intention to be helpful, collaborative, and do good work. Your decision to learn and improve. Setting healthy boundaries. Practical example. Performance review. Stressing about getting a top rating. That rating is not fully in your control. What is? Thoroughly preparing your self-assessment. Gathering examples of your work. Reflecting honestly on strengths and weaknesses. Approaching the review meeting professionally. Listening openly to feedback. And focusing on areas for growth afterward. Focus your energy there. Practical example. Project deadline. Feeling overwhelmed by a tight deadline? The deadline itself, or unexpected delays caused by others, might be outside your control. What is? Breaking the project down, creating a realistic plan, focusing intensely on your tasks, communicating potential roadblocks early and professionally, putting in your best effort. 2. Managing judgments, avoiding workplace drama. Our inner narrator, Chapter 7, loves workplace drama. Applying objective perception and challenging faulty judgments, Chapter 4, is key. Objective perception. Instead of "my boss hates me," try "my boss provided critical feedback on this specific task and seemed stressed today." Instead of "this project is a complete disaster," trying "this project has encountered 3 significant challenges requiring adjustments to the timeline and budget." Describe behavior factually. "My colleague interrupted me 3 times in the meeting," instead of "he's always trying to undermine me." Challenge faulty judgments. Watch out for common work-related traps. Catastrophizing. "If I make one mistake, I'll get fired." Reality check, usually untrue. Personalization. The team meeting was rescheduled. It must be because they didn't like my proposal. Reality check. Countless other reasons exist. Mind reading. I know my colleague thinks my idea is stupid. Reality check. You don't know their thoughts. Shoulds. My boss should recognize my hard work. Colleagues should always reply instantly. Reality check. These are preferences, not universal laws. Resisting reality causes frustration. 3. Virtue as your professional compass. Chapter 15. Making virtue your primary goal transforms your experience of work. Wisdom. Clear communication. Sound judgment in decisions. Learning from mistakes. Understanding complex situations. Seeking constructive feedback. Justice. Treating colleagues, clients, and subordinates fairly and respectfully. Honesty in dealings. Fulfilling responsibilities diligently. Giving credit where it's due. Maintaining confidentiality. Courage. Speaking up constructively about problems. Taking initiative on challenging tasks. Admitting errors, having difficult but necessary conversations. Maintaining integrity under pressure. Temperance. Managing workload to avoid burnout. Controlling emotional reactions to workplace annoyances. Avoiding gossip or excessive complaining. Maintaining focus amidst distractions. Balancing ambition with well-being. When your aim shifts from merely getting ahead or avoiding trouble to acting virtuously, your sense of purpose and stability increases dramatically, regardless of external ups and downs. Stoic strategies for common workplace stressors. Let's get specific. How can we use our tools in concrete situations? Dealing with a difficult boss or colleague. Stoic approach. Recognize their behavior is outside your control. Key. Describe their actions objectively to yourself, avoiding assumptions about their motives. Practice justice by treating them professionally and fairly, even if they don't reciprocate. Your virtue is up to you, theirs isn't. Use the pause. Chapter 11. Before reacting to frustrating behavior. Practice temperance by managing your own frustration. Use wisdom to decide when and how to address problematic behavior directly or set boundaries, focusing on observable actions and impacts, not character attacks. Use amor fati, Chapter 9. To accept their personality as part of the landscape you must navigate while still addressing unacceptable actions. Managing tight deadlines and high workload. Stoic approach. Apply dosi. Focus on what you can control: planning, prioritizing, focused effort, efficient work habits, communicating proactively about potential delays. Let go of stressing about the sheer volume or wishing things were different. Resistance to reality. Use temperance to break large tasks into smaller, manageable steps and to protect yourself from burnout. Taking short breaks, maintaining healthy habits. Use wisdom to assess if deadlines are truly feasible and to negotiate or seek help appropriately. When feeling overwhelmed, use grounding techniques. Chapter 8. Like focused breathing to regain calm and clarity. Handling negative feedback or criticism. Stoic approach. This is prime territory for the pause technique. When criticism stings, proto-passion, pause before defending, attacking, or shutting down. Take a breath. Apply objective perception. What specifically was said? Separate the feedback content from the delivery or your emotional interpretation. Apply wisdom. Is there truth here? Can I learn something, even if it was delivered poorly? Ask clarifying questions calmly. Apply courage. Own any mistakes honestly. Apply DOC. Remember, their opinion is external. Your response and learning are internal. Thank them for the feedback, even if difficult. And focus on constructive next steps. Navigating meetings, endless, contentious, or high pressure. Stoic approach. Practice mindfulness. Chapter 8. Stay present rather than mentally checking out or worrying about other tasks. Listen actively to understand. Justice. Apply dosi. Control your preparation, your contributions, your listening. Not the meeting's overall efficiency, others' rambling, or the final outcome. Use temperance to manage impatience or frustration. Use courage to speak your mind constructively and concisely when appropriate. Use wisdom to choose which points are worth raising. Taming email overload and urgent requests. Stoic approach. Recognize the influx is largely outside your control. Talk. Your response strategy is controllable. Apply temperance. Avoid constant checking. Batch email processing. Set realistic boundaries around response times and availability. Communicate these clearly. Justice, wisdom. Apply wisdom. Prioritize ruthlessly based on importance and urgency, not just arrival time. Don't let others' perceived urgency automatically dictate your priorities without assessment. Respond calmly and professionally, even to demanding requests. Facing setbacks. Project canceled, promotion denied, layoffs. Stoic approach. First, amor fati, accept the reality of the situation without wasting energy fighting it. Okay, this has happened. Then, apply obstacle as fuel. Chapter 10. What can I learn from this? What virtues does this situation demand now? Resilience, courage, wisdom. Apply DOC. Focus on controllable next steps, analyzing lessons learned, updating your resume, networking, planning finances, maintaining your professionalism. Let go of bitterness or excessive rumination on the uncontrollable past. Dealing with office politics and gossip. Stoic approach. Practice justice and wisdom by refusing to participate in harmful gossip or political maneuvering. Focus on your own work, integrity, and treating everyone fairly. Use objective perception. Don't assume hidden agendas without clear evidence. Use courage to speak directly and honestly when necessary, rather than playing games. Your character is your best defense. Professionalism as Stoic practice. Ultimately, embodying professionalism, being reliable, respectful, honest, composed, and solutions-oriented, is simply practicing Stoic virtue in a work context. When you focus on acting with wisdom, justice, courage, and temperance, you naturally become more professional. This not only reduces your own stress by preventing conflicts and regrets, but also often leads to better external outcomes, like trust and respect from colleagues, although those outcomes remain preferred indifference, not the primary goal. The goal is the quality of your own conduct. Your shield is always on duty. The workplace provides constant, daily opportunities to practice Stoicism. Don't see it as separate from your real life. See it as a crucial training ground. The pressures are real, but your Stoic shield is designed for precisely these kinds of challenges. By consciously applying the dichotomy of control, managing your judgments, focusing on virtue, pausing before reacting, and seeking perspective, you can navigate professional life with significantly more calm, integrity, and effectiveness. Choose one specific workplace stressor you're currently facing. Identify one or two Stoic tools from this chapter or previous ones that you can consciously apply to it today or this week. Notice the difference it makes, not just externally, but internally in your own sense of peace and agency. Your Stoic shield belongs at work just as much as anywhere else. Chapter 17. The shield in relationships. Managing interpersonal friction. Our relationships are often the bedrock of our lives. They provide love, support, joy, connection, and a sense of belonging. Yet, let's be honest, they can also be our greatest source of stress, frustration, disappointment, and pain. Misunderstandings flare into arguments, expectations go unmet, leading to resentment. Loved ones make choices we disagree with. Communication breaks down, and navigating different personalities and needs can feel like walking through a minefield. Why are relationships often so challenging? Because they involve dealing with other human beings, complex individuals with their own beliefs, desires, flaws, histories, and perspectives, all largely outside our direct control. When we forget this fundamental truth, when we try to force others to fit our expectations or base our happiness entirely on their behavior, friction is inevitable. The good news is that the Stoic shield, forged from principles like understanding control, managing judgments, acting virtuously, pausing before reacting, and accepting reality, is incredibly effective in the realm of interpersonal dynamics. Applying these tools doesn't guarantee perfectly harmonious relationships, as that depends on others too, but it can dramatically reduce our own stress, anger, and anxiety within them, while simultaneously helping us show up as better partners, family members, and friends. The golden rule of Stoic relationships: master your own domain. If there is one principle to tattoo onto your relationship brain, it's the dichotomy of control, DOC. We must relentlessly remind ourselves you cannot control other people's feelings, thoughts, moods, opinions, choices, values, habits, reactions, or level of understanding. You cannot make someone love you, respect you, agree with you, change for you, or always meet your expectations. You can control your own thoughts and judgments about others' behavior, your own emotions and reactions, your own words and actions towards them, your own intentions, the boundaries you set, whether you choose to be kind, patient, honest, and understanding. So much relationship suffering stems directly from violating the DOC. We become anxious trying to manage someone else's feelings. We get frustrated trying to change their behavior. We feel hurt when they don't act according to our internal script for them. We tie our own happiness to their approval or actions, making ourselves emotionally dependent on something inherently uncontrollable. The Stoic approach flips this entirely. Focus your energy exclusively on managing your side of the equation. Aim to be the best partner, parent, child, sibling, or friend you can be, according to your virtues, and let go of the exhausting, futile effort to control the other person. Example: you feel your partner isn't listening. You can't force them to listen. You can control expressing yourself clearly and calmly, choosing an appropriate time to talk, and asking directly if they understand your perspective. You can also control your reaction if they still don't seem to listen, perhaps by setting a boundary or seeking counseling rather than just getting angry. Example: a family member constantly makes choices you disapprove of. You can't control their choices. You can control whether you offer advice and how respectfully you do so, whether you enable harmful behavior and the boundaries you set for your own involvement, and managing your own disappointment or worry, perhaps using amor fati to accept their path as their own. Seeing others clearly. Objective perception and empathy. Our judgments about others fuel much relationship conflict. Applying the tools from chapters 4 and 7 is crucial. Objective perception. Before labeling someone selfish, lazy, inconsiderate, or attacking, describe their specific behavior factually. He didn't wash the dishes last night instead of, he's so lazy. She stated she disagreed with my plan instead of, she shot down my idea. This creates space for less emotional, more rational assessment. Maybe he forgot. Maybe she had valid concerns. Describing objectively prevents immediate escalation based on negative assumptions. Challenge faulty judgments. Are you personalizing? Their bad mood must be because of me. Mind reading. I know they're thinking. Applying rigid shoulds. They should always understand how I feel without me explaining. Recognize these are often inaccurate and unhelpful interpretations. Practice empathy, Stoic style. While focusing on your own domain, strive to understand the other person's perspective, even if you disagree. Consider their likely intentions, their own pressures, their background. The Stoics emphasize our shared rationality and humanity. Try to see the situation through their eyes. This doesn't mean excusing bad behavior, but understanding often reduces anger and opens doors for more constructive communication, an act of wisdom and justice. Virtue as your relational compass. How do the 4 cardinal virtues guide us in relationships? Justice. This is huge in relationships. It means fairness, honesty, reliability, keeping promises, respect, kindness, active listening, giving people the benefit of the doubt, apologizing sincerely, not bearing grudges unnecessarily, and respecting boundaries. It's about treating others as fellow rational beings deserving of consideration. Temperance. Managing your own emotional reactions during disagreements, avoiding impulsive or hurtful words, controlling anger or jealousy, maintaining balance in how much you give and expect, not making excessive demands. Courage. Having necessary but difficult conversations about problems, expressing vulnerability appropriately, setting boundaries even if it's uncomfortable, being willing to apologize first, sometimes having the courage to end a relationship that is consistently harmful or misaligned with your values. Wisdom. Understanding relationship dynamics, communicating effectively and clearly, choosing the right time and place for important discussions, knowing when to compromise and when to stand firm, learning from past relationship patterns, seeing the bigger picture beyond immediate conflicts, Making these virtues your guide ensures you are acting well, regardless of how the other person behaves. This provides internal stability and reduces anxiety tied to their reactions. Stoic tactics for relationship friction points. Let's apply these principles to common challenges. Disagreements and conflicts. Stoic approach. Pause before reacting. Chapter 11. Breathe. Avoid personal attacks. Focus on the specific issue. Objective perception. Express your perspective using I statements. I felt hurt when, rather than blaming you statements, you always. Practice active listening to truly understand their point. Justice, wisdom. Focus on your controllable response clarity, calmness, respect, not on winning or forcing them to agree. Seek common ground or agree to disagree respectfully. Unmet expectations and disappointments. Stoic approach. First, examine your expectations. Are they realistic and clearly communicated? Wisdom. Accept that others are not obligated to fulfill all your desires. Amor fati. When disappointed, manage your own feeling. Temperance. If appropriate, express your feelings constructively. I felt disappointed when X happened because I was hoping for Y. Focusing on the event and your feeling, not blaming their character. Justice. Detach your happiness from their specific actions. DOC. Dealing with difficult personalities. Stoic approach. Accept that you cannot fundamentally change someone else's ingrained personality. Doc amor fati. Focus on managing your interactions and internal reactions. Use objective perception to see their behavior clearly without excessive emotional labeling. Practice temperance to manage your own annoyance. Use justice and courage to set firm, clear boundaries about how you expect to be treated. Limit contact if their behavior is consistently harmful or draining, recognizing that protecting your own tranquility is also a valid application of wisdom. Feeling misunderstood or unappreciated. Stoic approach. Check your communication. Were you clear? Wisdom. Express your need for understanding or appreciation calmly and directly. It would mean a lot to me if... Justice, courage. Crucially, detach your self-worth from needing their validation. Internal Scorecard, Chapter 15. Focus on knowing you acted kindly, thoughtfully, or diligently, regardless of whether they acknowledged it perfectly. DOC. Find satisfaction in your own virtuous effort. Navigating social anxiety. Stoic approach. Focus intensely on what's in your control. Your intention to be friendly, your willingness to listen, the questions you ask, your own behavior. Let go of trying to control what others think of you. Dock reputation as indifferent. Challenge mind-reading judgments. They probably think I'm boring. Use grounding techniques. Chapter 8. If anxiety spikes. Judge the success of the interaction based on your effort to be pro-social and virtuous, not on achieving a specific level of perceived popularity or smoothness. Widening the circle. Hierocles and cosmopolitanism, the Stoics didn't just focus on immediate relationships. The philosopher Hierocles described human connection using concentric circles radiating outward. 1. The self. 2. Immediate family, partner, children, parents. 3. Extended family, aunts, uncles, cousins. 4. Local community, neighbors, fellow citizens. 5. Countrymen. 6. All humanity. The Stoic ethical exercise was to consciously try to draw the outer circles inward, extending our sense of care, duty, and appropriate concern towards wider and wider groups. And this practice of cosmopolitanism, seeing oneself as a citizen of the world, helps in several ways. It counteracts selfishness and excessive focus on our own small circle. It fosters empathy by reminding us of our shared humanity and interconnectedness, useful when dealing with difficult strangers. and guides us in applying the virtue of justice more broadly. Thinking about our shared humanity can put petty interpersonal squabbles into perspective. Acceptance, the key to relational peace. Ultimately, a huge amount of relationship stress comes from wishing people were different than they are. Amor fati, applied to relationships, means accepting people, partners, family, friends, colleagues, as they actually are, with all their imperfections, just as we hope they accept us with ours. Again, this does not mean passively accepting mistreatment or enabling harmful behavior. Setting boundaries is crucial, an act of justice and courage. But it does mean letting go of the exhausting, resentment-breeding project of trying to force people into the mold of who we think they should be. Accept their reality. Then focus on your own virtuous response within that reality. This acceptance is often the key that unlocks greater peace and reduces friction. Your shield for connection. Our relationships are vital, but they will inevitably bring challenges. Your Stoic shield is designed for this. By rigorously applying the dichotomy of control, focusing on your actions and responses, managing your judgments about others, making virtue your guide, pausing before reacting, and practicing acceptance, you can navigate the complexities of human connection with far greater wisdom, calm, and resilience. This not only protects your own inner peace, but paradoxically often leads to stronger, more authentic, and less stressful relationships. Think about one relationship dynamic that currently causes you stress. Identify one Stoic principle or technique discussed here. Commit to consciously applying it in your next interaction within that relationship, focusing solely on your controllable part. This is how you bring your shield into the heart of your connections, protecting your peace while striving to be the best version of yourself for others. Chapter 18. When the shield dents. Handling setbacks with Stoic grace. Throughout this book, we've been diligently assembling the tools and principles needed to build a robust Stoic shield, a mental and emotional framework designed to help us navigate life's stresses with greater calm, wisdom, and resilience. We've learned to focus on our control, manage our judgments, embrace reality, see obstacles as fuel, pause before reacting, gain perspective, remember our mortality, journal for clarity, and aim for virtue. Perhaps you've been practicing these techniques diligently. You felt moments of calm where previously there was anxiety, moments of thoughtful response where previously there was impulsive reaction. You're starting to feel the shield taking shape. And then it happens. You lose your temper spectacularly in traffic. You react defensively and unkindly to criticism. You get completely overwhelmed by anxiety despite knowing about the dichotomy of control. Or perhaps an external blow lands, a project fails dramatically. You face unexpected job loss, a relationship ends painfully, or you receive difficult health news and despite your Stoic toolkit, you feel shaken, hurt, and lost. In these moments, it's easy to feel discouraged. Is this Stoicism stuff actually working? You might wonder. If I still feel this bad or if I still messed up, what's the point? This is a critical juncture in your practice. It's essential to understand that Stoicism is not a magic incantation for a perfect, painless, or mistake-free life. It does not grant immunity from difficulty, nor does it instantly transform us into emotionless sages. Setbacks, both external, things going wrong in the world, and internal, us failing to live up to our own principles, are not just possible. They are inevitable parts of the human condition and integral parts of the Stoic path itself. The true measure of our practice lies not in preventing the shield from ever getting dented, but in how we respond when it does. Resilience isn't about never falling. It's about how we get back up. This chapter is about applying our Stoic tools precisely when we feel we've failed, when emotions run high, or when external circumstances knock us off balance. Internal setbacks. When you fail at being Stoic, perhaps the most common source of discouragement is feeling like we've failed in our own practice. We knew we should pause, but we reacted angrily. We knew we should focus on our control, but we got lost worrying about externals. We knew we should accept reality, but we spent hours railing against it. Here's how to handle these internal stumbles with Stoic grace. 1. Ditch the harsh self-criticism. Your first impulse might be to berate yourself. I'm useless at this. I'll never get it right. I should have known better. Recognize this for what it is. Just another unhelpful passion, fueled by faulty judgments, often perfectionistic shoulds, or all-or-nothing thinking. Excessive guilt and self-flagellation don't help you improve. They just add another layer of suffering. 2. Apply objective perception to yourself. Instead of I'm failure, describe the lapse factually, Chapter 7. In response to X stimulus, I experienced anger and spoke sharply without pausing. Or faced with Y uncertainty, I engaged in anxious rumination about uncontrollable outcomes for an hour. Stating the facts without dramatic self-condemnation creates space for rational analysis. 3. Practice Stoic self-compassion. This isn't about making excuses or indulging in self-pity. It's about treating yourself with the same rational understanding and encouragement you might offer a good friend who had stumbled while learning a difficult skill. Ask yourself, okay, I didn't handle that situation ideally. Why might that have happened? Were you tired, stressed? Was it a particularly strong trigger? Wisdom. What can I learn from this specific instance? Wisdom. Berating myself isn't constructive. What is the virtuous and helpful response now? Likely involves acknowledging the lapse and recommitting to practice. Wisdom temperance. How can I get back on track? Courage temperance focus on correction and learning, not condemnation. Remember, justice applies to yourself too. Treat yourself fairly. 4. Utilize your journal. Chapter 14. The evening reflection is the perfect place to analyze these lapses constructively. Use the prompts. What happened? What were my judgments/reactions? Did I act virtuously? What can I learn for tomorrow? Writing it down helps solidify the lesson without dwelling on self-blame. 5. Recommit. Don't quit. See the stumble not as proof that Stoicism doesn't work, or that you're incapable, but as valuable data. It highlights precisely where your shield needs reinforcement, where your practice needs more attention. Perhaps you need to focus more on the pause technique, or challenge specific types of judgments more diligently. Thank the experience for the lesson, an aspect of amor fati, and recommit to applying the principles tomorrow, or even in the very next moment. Remember Marcus Aurelius constantly telling himself to get back up after falling. External setbacks. When life knocks you down. What about when things outside your control go significantly wrong? A major project fails, you lose a job, a relationship ends, you face a health crisis, someone you care about is suffering. These events can feel devastating, potentially shaking your Stoic resolve. Here's how to navigate these storms using your shield. 1. Acknowledge reality and allow the initial feeling. Don't try to immediately suppress the shock, disappointment, sadness, or fear. The proto-passions, Chapter 4. Fighting these initial waves often makes them stronger. Practice amor fati, Chapter 9. By first accepting the brutal fact, okay, this is happening, This is the new reality I must navigate. Allow yourself to feel the initial emotional impact without layering on catastrophic judgments about the feeling itself. For example, I shouldn't feel this sad. 2. Re-engage the dichotomy of control urgently. Once the initial shock begins to subside slightly, immediately and rigorously reapply the DOC. Chapter 3. Ask, given this new unwelcome reality, what aspects are still within my control? Your energy and focus must shift decisively away from wishing things were different, uncontrollable past, present fact, and towards your available responses now. What thoughts can you choose? What actions can you take, however small? What attitude can you adopt? 3. Remember your preparation. Negative visualization revisited. Recall the practice from Chapter 6. While you might not have visualized this exact setback, you did practice contemplating the possibility of difficulty and loss. Remind yourself that setbacks are part of life, that you mentally prepared for the possibility of things going wrong. This thought, I knew hardship was possible, and I resolved to meet it with virtue, can lessen the feeling of being completely blindsided and reinforce your capacity to cope. 4. Make virtuous response, your absolute focus. Now, more than ever, lean into the core Stoic goal, Chapter 15. The external event is an indifferent. What defines you, what determines your eudaimonia, is how you respond. Ask relentlessly, what virtues does navigating this specific setback require of me? Does it demand courage to face the uncertainty, to endure pain, to make difficult choices? Does it demand wisdom to analyze the situation clearly, to learn crucial lessons, to seek sound advice, to adapt your plans? Does it demand temperance to manage overwhelming emotions like despair, anger, or fear, to avoid harmful coping mechanisms, to act with restraint? Does it demand justice in how you treat others affected by the setback, or even being fair and compassionate toward yourself? Make acting virtuously through the difficulty your primary objective. This provides purpose even when external circumstances feel bleak. Break it down into controllable steps. If the setback feels huge and overwhelming, don't try to solve everything at once. Focus on the very next virtuous action within your control. What is one small thing you can do right now that aligns with wisdom, justice, courage, or temperance? Maybe it's making one phone call, writing one email, taking a walk, doing 10 minutes of research, or simply practicing focused breathing, Chapter 8, to regain composure. String together these small, controllable, virtuous actions. Handling intense emotional spikes. Setbacks often trigger intense emotions, waves of anxiety, anger, grief, or despair that feel like they might drown you. Apply your tools strategically. Ground yourself immediately, Chapter 8. Don't get lost in the storm of thoughts. Anchor yourself in the present moment. Use focused breathing, the 5-4-3-2-1 sensory technique, or mindful focus on a simple physical task. Create space between you and the overwhelming feeling. Observe objectively. Chapter 7. Try to describe the emotion and the situation factually. I am noticing intense sadness, tears, and thoughts about the loss. The project funding was cut. I am feeling fear about job security. This objective labeling creates distance and engages your rational mind. Challenge the fueling judgments. Chapter 4. What thoughts are intensifying this emotion? Are you catastrophizing everything is ruined? Personalizing? Demanding reality be different? Gently question these judgments. Is it really true that everything is ruined? Or is this specific aspect difficult? Even though this is painful, is it truly unbearable? Take virtuous action, however small. Even amidst intense emotion, ask, what is one small thing I can do right now? Action counteracts helplessness. Maybe it's reaching out for support, justice to self, engaging in a healthy distraction, temperance, or tackling one tiny related task, courage. Practice acceptance, especially with grief. Sometimes, particularly with loss, the most virtuous response involves accepting the presence of deep pain for time, amor fati. Don't add suffering by judging yourself for grieving or demanding the pain disappear instantly. Focus on enduring with courage, seeking support, justice, and trusting the process moment by moment. Resilience isn't bulletproof, it's bounce back. It bears repeating. Resilience is not about building an impenetrable shield that never gets dented. It's about developing the strength, flexibility, and wisdom to recover when the dents happen. It's about the process of acknowledging the impact, learning the lesson, repairing the damage, internally and sometimes externally, and continuing forward, perhaps even stronger or more aware than before. Think of a blacksmith. Tempering steel involves repeated cycles of heating, stress, challenge, and cooling, recovery, integration. This process makes the metal stronger, not weaker. Your setbacks, navigated with Stoic principles, are the tempering process for your character. Each time you stumble and use these tools to get back up, analyze the situation virtuously, and recommit to your practice, your resilience deepens. The dents become evidence of battles fought and lessons learned, not signs of failure. So when you inevitably face setbacks, when you react poorly, when life throws you a curveball, don't despair. Don't discard your shield. Instead, see it as a crucial opportunity to practice Stoicism at its most profound level. Re-engage your tools. Focus on your controllable response. Aim for virtue amidst the difficulty. Treat yourself with rational compassion. Learn the lesson. Get back up. This process is resilience. This is the Stoic path. This ability to recover with grace is the true strength of your shield. Chapter 19. Consistency is key. Making Stoicism a lifelong habit. Minutes add up. You now hold the blueprints and the tools to construct a formidable Stoic shield. You understand the power of focusing on your control, managing your judgments, accepting reality, seeing obstacles as fuel, pausing before reacting, gaining perspective, living virtuously, and reflecting on your progress. You've seen how these principles can be applied to reduce stress at work, navigate friction in relationships, and handle setbacks with greater resilience. But knowing how to build the shield and actually keeping it strong and ready day after day, year after year, are two different things. The initial enthusiasm for a new approach can fade. Life gets busy. Distractions abound. Old habits exert their gravitational pull, and it becomes easy to let our practice slide. How do we move Stoicism from being something we try to do to simply being part of who we are and how we live? The answer lies in one simple yet profoundly powerful word: consistency. This chapter is dedicated to the practical strategies that transform good intentions into durable habits, ensuring your Stoic shield remains your steadfast companion for the long haul. Remember the core premise of this book: in minutes a day. The magic isn't in grand, occasional gestures of Stoic effort. It's in the relentless accumulation of small, consistent practices. The unseen powerhouse, why small, daily actions matter most. We often overestimate what we can achieve in one heroic burst of effort and drastically underestimate the power of small, consistent actions compounded over time. Think about it. You don't get physically fit by going to the gym for 8 hours once a month. You get fit by exercising moderately most days. You don't become fluent in a language by cramming for a week. You do it through regular daily practice. You don't build wealth through one lucky windfall, usually. You build it through consistent saving and investing over years. The same principle applies with unwavering force to building mental and emotional resilience. Those brief moments you dedicate each day, the 3-minute morning armor, the 2-minute evening reflection, the 1-minute objective perception fix, the 30-second pause before reacting might seem insignificant in isolation. But practiced consistently day after day, they create a powerful compound effect. Each small act of choosing a virtuous response, challenging a faulty judgment, or anchoring yourself in the present strengthens those neural pathways. Each consistent reflection deepens your self-awareness. Over time, these minutes a day add up to hours of deliberate practice, fundamentally reshaping your default thought patterns, emotional responses, and overall character. Sporadic, intense efforts might feel more dramatic, but they often lead to burnout and rarely create lasting change. Consistency is the quiet engine driving deep transformation. Stoicism isn't a weekend workshop, it's a daily practice, a philosophy for living. Strategies for weaving Stoicism into your life. Fabric knowing consistency is key is one thing. Achieving it is another. Here are practical, evidence-based strategies to help you build lasting Stoic habits. 1. Start tiny. Be crystal clear. Don't try to implement every single technique perfectly from day one. That's a recipe for overwhelm and quitting. Pick just 1 or 2 core practices that resonate most strongly with you right now. Perhaps it's the 5-minute morning-evening routine, Chapter 5, or consciously practicing the pause, Chapter 11, in specific situations. Be incredibly specific about what you will do, when you will do it, and where. Vague intentions, I'll try to be more stoic, rarely translate into action. Specific plans, at 7 a.m. at my kitchen table, I will do my 3-minute morning armor routine, are much more effective. 2. Stack your habits. Leverage the power of existing routines. Link your new Stoic practice directly to something you already do automatically each day. Your brain loves familiar pathways. The formula. After, before, current habit. I will, new Stoic practice. Examples. After I pour my morning coffee, I will do my 3-minute Stoic armor routine. Before I open my laptop for work, I will spend 1 minute reviewing the Dichotomy of Control. After I brush my teeth at night, I will spend 5 minutes on my Stoic journal reflection. When my phone buzzes with a notification while I'm focusing, I will take 1 conscious breath, pause, before looking. Find natural connection points in your existing schedule. 3. Engineer your environment, cue design. Make your desired practice obvious and easy. Make undesirable reactions harder. Our environment powerfully shapes our behavior. Make it obvious. Set phone alarms or calendar reminders labeled Stoic check-in or evening reflection. Put a sticky note with a key principle, for example, pause or DOC, on your computer monitor, bathroom mirror, or car dashboard. Place your journal and pen right by your bedside table. Use a physical object, Chapter 13, as a visual memento mori, or a reminder to stay present. The more visible the cue, the less likely you are to forget. Make it easy. Reduce friction. Have your journal ready. Know exactly which brief exercise you plan to do. If you plan to practice mindfulness during your commute, have your podcast or guided meditation ready to go. 4. Track your consistency. What gets measured gets managed. Tracking builds awareness and provides positive reinforcement. How? Keep it simple. Put a check mark on a calendar each day you complete your chosen core practice. Use a basic habit tracking app. Note completion in your Stoic journal itself. Completed morning routine, yes. Seeing a streak build can be highly motivating. But crucially, see troubleshooting below, don't let a broken streak become an excuse to quit. 5. Embrace the identity. Shift from trying to do Stoicism to being a Stoic practitioner. Identity-based habits are stickier. How? Start telling yourself, I am the kind of person who reflects on my day. I am someone who strives to respond virtuously. I face challenges with resilience. When faced with a difficult situation, ask, what would someone committed to Stoic principles do here? Acting in alignment with this chosen identity reinforces the identity itself, creating a positive feedback loop. 6. Connect with community. Optional. While Stoicism is primarily an internal practice, sharing the journey can help. How? Discussing Stoic ideas with a friend, partner, or family member who is also interested. Joining a reputable online forum or local group if one exists and promotes healthy discussion. Reading blogs, books, or listening to podcasts by modern Stoic practitioners. Knowing you're not alone on the path can provide encouragement and new perspectives. Just be mindful of comparing your journey rigidly to others. 7. Savor the internal rewards. Unlike many habits focused on external results, the primary rewards of Stoic practice are internal increased calm, clarity, self-respect, integrity. Pay attention to these. How? After successfully pausing instead of reacting, or after completing your journal reflection, take a moment to consciously notice the feeling of inner peace, reduced anxiety or satisfaction that comes from acting in alignment with your values. Acknowledge it. Ah, this feels better than reacting angrily did. This intrinsic reward is powerful reinforcement. Troubleshooting the inevitable slumps. Even with the best strategies, maintaining consistency isn't always easy. Life happens. Here's how to handle common challenges. Challenge. I keep forgetting. Solution. Your cues aren't strong enough or your habit stack isn't solid. Make your reminders impossible to ignore. Louder alarm, bigger note. Be more rigorous about linking it to an existing habit. Don't start the next thing until you've done your Stoic practice. Tell someone else your intention to add accountability. Challenge. I just don't feel motivated. I don't feel like it. Solution 1. Make it ridiculously easy. Feeling resistance to the 5-minute journal? Just write one sentence. Don't feel like the 3-minute morning routine? Just state the dichotomy of control once. Action often precedes motivation. Just starting, even minimally, can break the inertia. Solution 2. Reconnect with your why. Why did you pick up this book? What pain were you trying to alleviate? What kind of person do you aspire to be? Briefly remind yourself of the deeper reasons why this practice matters to you. Solution 3. Lean on identity. Okay? I don't feel like reflecting tonight, but I am someone who values self-improvement and practices Stoicism. So I will do it anyway, even just for 2 minutes. Challenge. I missed a day or a week. Solution. The most important rule. Never miss twice if possible, and restart immediately. Avoid the all-or-nothing trap at all costs. Missing one day doesn't erase past progress or doom future efforts. It just means you missed one day. Acknowledge it without judgment. Chapter 18's Self-Compassion. Briefly consider why you missed it. Were you genuinely overwhelmed? Did your routine get disrupted? Learn from it, if possible. Then simply restart with the very next opportunity. Don't wait for Monday or the first of the month. Restart now. Consistency over the long haul is built on getting back on track quickly after inevitable interruptions. Challenge. This feels repetitive and boring now. Solution 1. Look deeper. Are you just going through the motions, or are you genuinely engaging with the principles? Can you find new nuances in your reflections? Can you apply the principles to slightly different situations? Solution 2. Introduce small variations. Keep the core structure, but tweak the details. Focus on a different virtue each week. Try a different grounding technique. Read a short passage from a Stoic text as part of your routine. Solution 3. Remember the purpose. Musicians practice scales daily. Athletes drill fundamentals constantly. Repetition builds mastery and automaticity. Embrace the practice for its long-term benefits, even if individual sessions don't feel exciting. Challenge. I'm not seeing dramatic results. Solution 1. Trust the compound effect. Real change is often gradual and subtle, not sudden and dramatic. Keep practicing, trusting that the small shifts are accumulating beneath the surface. Solution 2. Acknowledge small wins. Did you pause for half a second longer than usual? Did you feel 5% less annoyed in traffic? Did you catch one faulty judgment? Celebrate these small victories. They are signs of progress. Reviewing older journal entries can often reveal significant growth you hadn't noticed day to day. A philosophy for life, not a quick fix. Stoicism isn't a 30-day challenge or a program you complete and then forget. It's a philosophy to live by, a continuous journey of learning, practicing, stumbling, and getting back up. The need for resilience, wisdom, and inner peace doesn't vanish once you start feeling better. If anything, maintaining your practice is what sustains those gains over the long term. It becomes less about doing Stoicism and more about simply living as a rational, virtuous, resilient human being. Consistency truly is the key. Those few minutes you dedicate each day are the steady, persistent actions that forge and maintain your Stoic shield. They are the small investments that yield immense returns in peace of mind, strength of character, and the ability to navigate life's inevitable challenges with grace. Embrace these strategies for building habits. Be patient and persistent with yourself. Forgive your lapses, but always return to the path. This lifelong commitment to practice is the Stoic way. Chapter 20. Living with your shield. A lifelong path to inner calm. We began this journey together, acknowledging a feeling perhaps all too familiar, the sense of being overwhelmed, stressed, anxious, and tossed about by the relentless demands and uncertainties of modern life. We felt the need for a shield, some form of inner defense to protect our peace of mind and help us navigate the chaos with greater strength and stability. Over the preceding chapters, we have meticulously forged that shield, drawing upon the timeless practical wisdom of Stoicism. We didn't just learn abstract philosophy. We assembled a toolkit of actionable principles and techniques designed to be used in minutes a day to create profound, lasting change in our experience of life. Let's briefly revisit the essential components of the Stoic shield you now possess. The foundation, Stoic, Chapter 3. At its core lies the dichotomy of control, the liberating wisdom to distinguish between what is truly up to us, our judgments, intentions, actions, and what is not, everything else, allowing us to focus our precious energy where it actually makes a difference. Decoding distress, Chapter 4. We learn that it's often not events themselves, but our judgments about them that fuel negative emotions. By understanding this mechanism, we gain the power to influence our emotional responses by examining and challenging our interpretations. The clarity lens, Chapter 7. We sharpened our vision with objective perception, learning to strip away dramatic, emotional language and see situations factually, reducing their power to overwhelm us. Embracing reality, Chapter 9. We confronted the challenging but freeing practice of amor fati, choosing to accept and embrace the entirety of reality as it unfolds, thereby ceasing the exhausting and futile war against what is. The Alchemist's Formula, Chapter 10. We discovered the Stoic alchemy of viewing obstacles as fuel, reframing setbacks not as mere roadblocks, but as essential opportunities to practice virtue and build character. Mastering the Moment, Chapter 11. We found the crucial space between stimulus and response through the power of the pause, learning to choose considered action over impulsive reaction. Shifting Perspective, Chapters 12 and 13. We learned to gain altitude with the view from above, shrinking our problems against a cosmic backdrop, and to clarify priorities with memento mori, using the awareness of our finitude to live more fully now. Proactive Preparation, Chapter 6. We even learned the counterintuitive power of negative visualization, contemplating potential difficulties constructively to build resilience and reduce fear's grip. Anchoring in the Now, Chapter 8. We acquired simple Stoic mindfulness techniques to instantly ground ourselves in the present moment when our minds drift into anxious futures or regretful pasts. The Guiding Compass, Chapter 15. We identified virtue wisdom, justice, courage, and temperance as the true north, the internal scorecard that provides stable self-worth and guides our actions towards genuine flourishing. Eudaimonia. Consistent Maintenance, Chapters 5, 14, 19. We established the necessity of daily practice, the brief morning preparation, the reflective evening journal, and the commitment to consistency as the essential routine that keeps the shield strong and integrates these principles into our lives. Real-world application, Chapters 16 and 17. We saw how to deploy the shield effectively in the specific, high-pressure arenas of work and relationships. Handling damage, Chapter 18. And crucially, we learned that resilience isn't about never getting dented, but about getting back up with grace, using setbacks themselves as opportunities to reapply our tools and learn. These elements, working together, form a comprehensive system for cultivating inner peace and resilience, a shield forged not of metal, but of reason, perspective, and virtuous action. Life behind the shield, a vision of possibility. What does it actually feel like to live more consistently behind this Stoic shield? Blissful detachment from the world. It's not about What does it actually feel like to live more consistently behind this Stoic shield? It's not about achieving a state of permanent, blissful detachment from the world. It's not about never feeling sadness, anger, or fear again. Those are part of the human experience. Rather, it's about fundamentally changing your relationship with those feelings and with external events. Imagine facing daily annoyances, traffic, delays, minor mistakes with a shrug and perhaps even a wry smile, recognizing their triviality in the grand scheme. Your energy can serve for what truly matters, receiving criticism not with immediate defensiveness or shame, but with a calm pause, an objective ear seeking any kernel of truth, and the ability to respond constructively. Navigating disagreements with loved ones by focusing on understanding their perspective and expressing your own clearly and kindly, rather than getting lost in reactive anger or blame. Approaching challenging projects or difficult tasks not with overwhelming anxiety, but with a clear focus on the controllable steps, seeing the challenge itself as a chance to practice perseverance and wisdom. Experiencing setbacks, a job loss, a health issue, a disappointment, and while feeling the natural pain, Also possessing the inner tools to accept the new reality, focus on your virtuous response and begin navigating the path forward with courage and resilience, rather than being consumed by despair or bitterness. Making decisions, big and small, guided by your core values, the virtues, leading to fewer regrets and a deeper sense of integrity and self-respect, independent of external approval. Feeling a greater appreciation for the present moment, for simple pleasures, for the people in your life, fueled by the awareness that time is precious and finite. Possessing a quieter mind, less prone to anxious spirals about the future or ruminations about the past, anchored more often in the calm harbor of the present. Feeling an underlying sense of stability and self-worth derived not from fluctuating external circumstances, but from the internal bedrock of your own developing character. This isn't a utopian fantasy. It is the tangible result of consistently applying the Stoic principles we've explored. It's a life lived with less unnecessary suffering, more purposeful action, greater emotional equilibrium, and a profound sense of inner freedom. It's the life your Stoic shield empowers you to build. The journey continues, a lifelong practice. We've reached the end of this book, but hopefully it marks the true beginning or a significant deepening of your Stoic practice. As we emphasized in the last chapter, Stoicism isn't a course you complete or a destination you arrive at. It's a philosophy for life, a path you walk daily. There will be days when you feel like a Stoic sage, effortlessly navigating challenges with grace. There will be days when you feel like you've forgotten everything, reacting impulsively and getting caught in old patterns. This is normal. This is human. The path isn't linear. It involves stumbles, setbacks, and constant learning. Remember the importance of consistency, chapter 19. Those small daily practices, the morning check-in, the evening reflection, the conscious pause, the quick perspective shift, are the bedrock. They are the non-negotiable maintenance that keeps your shield strong. Remember the necessity of self-compassion, chapter 18, when you falter. Treat yourself as you would a friend learning a difficult skill with encouragement and a focus on learning, not harsh condemnation. Get back up, dust yourself off, and recommit to the practice with the very next breath, the very next choice. Remember that virtue, chapter 15, is your ultimate aim and your most reliable source of peace. In every situation, ask, what is the wise, just, courageous, and temperate thing to do rightly? Let that be your guide. You have the tools. Wield your shield. You now possess a powerful toolkit refined over centuries, designed to help you thrive even amidst the inherent difficulties of human existence. You have the capacity for reason, for choice, for resilience, for virtue. The Stoics believed this potential lies within every human being. The knowledge is yours. The tools are in your hands. The path forward lies in consistent, deliberate application. Don't be discouraged by the scope of the philosophy. Embrace the simplicity of the daily practices. Start small, stay consistent, be patient with yourself, and trust the process. The Stoic shield is not an external object you acquire. It is an internal fortress you build, moment by moment, choice by choice, day by day. It offers protection not from life, but for living life fully, purposefully, and peacefully, regardless of what fortune may bring. May you wield your shield with wisdom and courage. May you navigate the challenges ahead with resilience and grace. And may you find, through consistent practice, the enduring strength and tranquility that is the promise of the Stoic path. The journey is yours to continue. Live well,